لعيبة iKURD وناصر حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو وفعلا نابو. يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، يا ولد يا نابو، لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. My name is DK. With me, of course, is the always awesome Professor Tarzan. How are you doing today, bud?
Oh, amazing. I mean, after yesterday, I've got so much hype for some of these teams. And you see some big brain plays. We've seen some very different style and pacing, especially in early mid-game. So you know what? Up for some more treat today.
Yeah, and it's quite exciting. Of course, we've got 4 teams joining us in the Super Weekend who didn't make it into our first Super Weekend. So quite an exciting, rather, lineup that we've got. As you can see, the teams that we don't have joining us in the Super Weekend being the players there from YaLLa Esports, Road to Glory, Arabia Esports, as well as Triple Vibes. Of course, the joining teams being SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad. So, well, excited to see what they're going to bring to the table here today and just how far they're going to be looking to push themselves up. Of course, we've got quite a few returning teams from our previous Super Weekend there. Everyone, obviously, aside from SCYTES, SUDOR, Revolution, and Ra'ad. And I got to say, though, Tarzan, it has been a pretty exciting day. Day one, we did see, of course, the players there from Fate managing to find their first winner chicken dinner in the Super Weekend, which was a pretty decent performance, pretty strong finish. And as we move into the overall standings, we can see the players there from Galaxy Racers still holding on to the lead. But the amount by which they are leading has been, well, that gap really been closing up just in yesterday's matches.
Yeah, after all, they still came second when it comes to day points, right? 61 points from this nutty squad, I have to say. I love this adjective now. I think it's very appropriate for them because they are absolutely insane. The consistency is, of course, they've got like certain games that they kind of struggle, but look at those point averages really all the way up there. But you know what? Yesterday we've got Fate to top them by 10 points, 71 for Fate, but Falcons coming in close after at 60 points, which is the most impressive day so far in this tournament for them.
Yeah, a really strong, healthy performance coming in there from Falcons. Of course, we see them currently sitting over into that 13th spot. So, adding on 60 points to or rather minusing 60 points from that puts them on a grand total of 38 they were able to find in our first Super Weekend. So, a pretty strong, healthy performance coming in from them. Curious to see just how far they're going to look to improve those positions. They are also, out of the teams that have already participated in that first Super Weekend, they are the team kind of at the moment sitting in that lowest slot. And right below them, of course, we've got our teams joining us for the first time in the Super Weekend. So Falcons, they've got a little bit of proving to do still. They still have that opportunity to try and surpass the players from YaLLa, who are only now 20 points ahead of them. That is definitely something that is doable based on their performance coming in from just yesterday. But another team that was also quite surprising with the plays there was the side from YaLLa. And looking at our teams joining us in this Super Weekend, we of course see the players from SCYTES sitting up in towards that 17th position. Well, out of the 4 teams, bringing in the most points there, 33. So it is a good start to the day. But now, moving into day 2, they've got 5 more matches to try and get themselves up into that second and potentially even aim to get up into the first page.
Yes, and after all, it's about adaptation, right? They came in knowing that they will play against these same other 15 teams for 15 matches straight. So it's about adaptation, going back to VODs even just from yesterday, having adaptations to come through within a day to make sure that they can make it. And of course, with this format that we have these 2 league plays per week. Then for the top 16 teams out of the 20, they make it to the Super Weekends, of which they can have those points counted towards qualification for the 3 days of finals. But the real perk here for the Super Weekends as well, DK and our dear viewers, would be those chicken dinner prize money, and you get rewarded $1,000 by just winning that game. So it's a little bit different here, as you can see. Like I said yesterday, in the middle towards the left side, Super Weekend only 1K per team. I love that only right there. It's a very life changing amount. But you know what? We go back to this, and I think it's really switching things up, DK, because sometimes yes, you may not get as many points like in certain styles, but like that is where, you know, sometimes that is what you're playing for as well. So maybe a different mentality in Super Weekends, but like there's something to use anyway, and that's why it's going to be tricky, because we have the same point distribution, same point system anyway through the tournament.
Yeah, and this is, of course, being the point distribution that we are now pretty accustomed to. We've been seeing it being utilized for quite some time. Of course, starting off first place, awarding you 50 points, trickles all the way down to where you, if you land between 13th and 16th place, you're not awarded any placement points, but the ever essential 1 kill, 1 point. That is where the money is kind of at. And as we look at the performances that we've been seeing from the teams so far in Super Weekend, I mean, Galaxy Racer, 122 of their points coming in from those kill points alone. So some pretty strong plays right then and there. And I mean, they could essentially be in 11th place just based on the amount of kills that they were able to bring in so far. So definitely we know that the kill points, they make quite a bit of a difference. And I mean, KURD Squad as well as Fate Esports, both those teams tied on the exact same amount of kill points, 94 kills throughout the Super Weekend so far. So curious to see, of course, what the teams are going to do today, how they are going to put the point distribution to good use and just look to push themselves up. And of course, well, speaking of that, they are going to be duking it out across our 5 games here for today, starting over on Erangel, heading into Miramar. Erangel once again, Sanhok, and then finally finishing it off on our final match with a lovely Erangel sandwich there. And I got to say, Tarzan, I mean, we saw this yesterday. A really good balance coming in from the teams, going from Erangel, moving into Miramar, you know, getting into those more open spaces, then having the opportunity to try and rectify whatever faults they could have found potentially in their first 2 games, fixing it. That, of course, in Erangel, Sanhok allowing them that opportunity to get down and get aggressive and really bring in a few more of those placement, or rather kill points, and then, you know, just closing the day off with a lovely Erangel once again. So I'm quite excited to see what the teams are going to bring to the table and how exactly they are going to go about their gameplay here today. Got to say, it is going to be pretty exciting. But of course, you know, while we get ready for our first initial match, which we'll be heading over in towards Erangel, we are going to be heading into a quick break just so we can catch a quick breather. That was quite a lot of talking we had there, and well, we've got a long day left and quite a few matches still to come. So stay tuned and we'll see you right back after the break.
Mr. D. Like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. Of course, my name is DK. With me is Tarzan, and we are going to be taking you through the action today. But before we get into any of the action, with upgrade performance and upgraded fun, to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2021. Now, Tarzan, we were talking about
Mm.
this a little bit before we jumped into the break. I mean, today is our second day of Super Weekend, of course, in our second Super Weekend. And this kind of marks that a halfway point, but this is also where the teams need to really dig down and get to work because I mean they're running out of matches, and once we're done with today, they only have 5 more matches to try and improve their standing on that overall leaderboard. And I'm curious to see whether or not the players from SUDOR, SUDOR, and Revolution, as well as Ra'ad, are going to use that opportunity here today and try and catapult and elevate their current position on the standings.
Mm. Well, it's now or never, right? Like for these teams, when we look at that point average as well, they are not doing that hot. Like we're talking about teams that kind of dropped out of the second Super Weekend. Triple Vibes were one of them, and they're kind of in the bottom 4, but they are at 86 points after their Super Weekend. So, like even if we triple the amount of points for SUDOR, who is in second out of those 4 teams, they will just basically hit about the same amount of points, right? So that's not enough. They need to do better than how they did yesterday. So the enemy is themselves, first off, before they need to challenge some other teams. But of course, that is just from a pure mathematical perspective. When we talk about certain gameplays, they need to go back to those vaults and see whether there are certain points. Maybe it's just 1 or 2 things that they can fix. Like soon, I would say you can't fix everything, of course, and you can't even have if you have a great list. You need to see what's like doable within an adaptation period of just a matter of a few hours, like in all honesty. So yet to see, and of course the focus should be Erangel because we know it's so important. 3 out of those 5 matches will be on this classical map, and I can't complain. I think it's just changing meta. It's about whatever we throw at you, players need to adapt, and I can't disagree with that. Like we should all have the most experience on this map.
Yeah, well, I'm quite excited to see what is going to come through in our games here today. I mean, we know that the players from SUDOR, SUDOR, and Ra'ad, we've seen them in the previous season. We've seen them go through the Super Weekends. We've seen them play through, of course, our league plays, as well as moving through up in it towards the PMPL EMEAs. So we know that these teams, they have the capability. We know that they can do this. Now it's just a matter of whether or not they're going to be deciding to start to do what we know they can. And it's going to make for a very exciting day because also it makes for a beautiful story, a beautiful bounce back story to come on through. And I mean, you said this already, based on their performances we had on day 1, it's not looking too great for them just yet. I mean, even if we look at SUDOR and we triple the points that they were able to bring in, that puts them on a grand total of 99 points over the Super Weekend. That's based on their first day performance, and that should, as of the current standings, be able to put them up into about 13th place. Now, we know that they are capable of much more than that, but I'm curious to see just how they're going to approach these games today, whether they are going to try and play an absolutely phenomenal game. We know that it's they have the capability to do that, so I'm curious to see just when exactly that is going to start to happen. But of course, another team that I'm looking towards as well is the players actually from KURD 12. They are currently sitting up in towards that 8th place, right in and amongst the teams who all have had an opportunity to grab a winner chicken dinner, as well as the team there from Real Tiger 9. So I'm curious to see whether or not today is going to be the day in which we see KURD 12 and Real Tiger 9, of course, sneaking in with some winner chicken dinners on the board. And who knows, maybe they surpass just 1, maybe they go for 2, 3, 4, 5, who knows? It could be any of those. So it is going to be a pretty exciting day. But you've obviously been crunching the numbers, looking at the performances of what we have seen in past the games as well as previous days. And who is the team that you're looking to really shine in their performance here today?
You know what? Let's put Galaxy Racer aside first, right? Because if we talk about crunching numbers, like if they just keep at that average, like that line of regression, whatever you want to call it, they should be considered as a separate entity. Of course, they will be playing, but we're looking at maybe these other teams and the progression. I want to put, some expectation behind the backs of YaLLa Esports. I'll tell you why. Like, one very interesting thing, when we were crunching the numbers, they are the team that is unique by one very interesting fact, right? They missed one game, like out of the past 20 games. So that itself means that they've got one game to get those points, but also by the fact that they got a chicken dinner yesterday as a trio. That is a huge momentum swing. Like that is huge boost. It's like probably that high and that feeling, that euphoria almost haven't even come down yet. Like, of course, that is me placing myself in their shoes or in my experience of like working with teams, but that is huge. Now that they're sitting at 5th position, historically strong, got a very interesting win. Like, to be honest, yes, it's not impossible on paper, but when's the last time that we've seen a team in pro play actually coming in as a trio and have the ability to win it, but because of the point system as well, been awarded $1,000 for it? Very, very rare. Right, so that is a bit of stats plus storyline plus psychology. So hopefully you guys are happy with that answer. So YaLLa would be my choice for today.
Yeah, well, of course, we're going to be looking to see who is going to be flexing. Will it be YaLLa flexing once again, coming in with the, as we saw yesterday in our final match, flexing it with the 3-man chicken dinner. Absolutely insane stuff. But of course, now we are making our way in from that northeastern side. We can see Stolba just down below. It seems to be a slightly more northern flight path that we'll be having for this initial match. But of course, we know the teams are not too deterred by that. What's going to be quite interesting to see, though, is where that first initial zone is going to be popping and what exactly the teams will bring to the table, whether we're going to be seeing a potential bit of a hot dropping coming into that early game, or whether the teams are going to be respecting those drop spots and really dialing up the aggression as we get into those later phases.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here that I want to talk about as well is KURD squad. They played off some very key center positions very well, and they're getting very close to taking that chicken dinner away from YaLLa Esports. So, but they're a team that likes going for these very far drops, right? We talked about Stalber, like Meshki, very much on the periphery, or they started in Quarry yesterday. So, you know what? Like, for this particular playing path, they can start in Quarry. And that's where they got some early kills, because we know RTG like going to like Primorsk area, and we've got teams in Ferropia as well for K12. So you know what? This is their comfort spot. They would go for this their primary drop spot, but the secondary drop spot yesterday like came in stronger for them. So I don't know whether like what's going through their heads. Do they want to test the other one more? But now we have the Northwest Phase 1 circle. That is quite a lot of water, DK. And once again, we talked about this before, it's not as northern as it could be, or as we saw yesterday, but RAT as a Severny team don't always get the best results when the zone doesn't push them to rotate far.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic to see what the teams will bring on through. And I mean, looking at the drop locations, the teams going for their pretty standard kind of a start here. It's interesting to see, though, the players there from KURD 12 actually in pretty close proximity, generally speaking, to the team there from Galaxy Racer, but also SUDOR and Revolution also starting things off a little bit hot over on towards that southern edge of the zone. So it is going to be exciting to see what the teams will bring in. And of course, the first knock already coming through onto the side of Revolution. So SUDOR off to a good start, but now they need to build on that momentum and just keep on pushing through these games. So quite a bit of excitement still in store for us here today. That first head, of course, going straight up in towards Al Shamri. But now, this is where we look to see how the teams are going to rotate in. Of course, Ra'ad, they've dropped all the way over on towards that far, far eastern side, all the way over in towards Lipovka. As also you pointed out, the players there from KURD squad dropping a little bit further up into the north, up in towards Stolba. And I mean, RICO Infinity, they are sitting pretty strong on the leaderboard at the current moment, up in towards that 3rd place. But I'm curious to see whether or not they'll be able to just churn out some good results with the zone being in their favor for this first zone.
You know what? Like, I feel like SUDOR has been making some preparation. I'll bring you guys back to yesterday, right? So they set up a very good trap in Sanhok to basically eliminate the side of Ra'ad. So this time around, they come into Gatka with an adjusted split, and then they take out some. They take these early kills, cause damage to Revolution. So I think there are, to a degree, like some data for us to believe that this is their plan, right? They've looked at the minimap, they looked at certain splits, they will use the numbers advantage, maybe a 2v1 on those particular compounds to exploit the splits of some other teams. And I think that is a great way to play PUBG. If you don't lose your usual ways, you don't lose your style, and you can still transition, into the mid game with no problem, with no delay of your looting phase, that is amazing. That's exactly what we have these VODs are for. Of course, for everyone's enjoyment, that is the first thing, but that studying is just essential, right, at this level of play. So SUDOR getting that first kill there. Let's see whether they can find the best way to control Gatka, because after all, it's still very key right now. And for teams who want to rotate past pretty early on, some of these teams may just lose the chance to get an extra kill or two.
Well, that opportunity is definitely going to be there. And I mean, if we look back to yesterday's first initial match, we did see a pretty aggressive play coming in from Galaxy Race. Of course, they finished strong there on 15 kills, but that is pretty much a kind of standard modus operandi there for them. I mean, the closest team we had with regards to kills to them was, of course, coming in from the side of the players from Twisted Minds. So I'm curious to see whether or not the teams are going to look to dial up that bit of gameplay in this first initial match, because I think that sets kind of a good foundation, a ground layer for the teams moving into the day. It really does wonders to not only the team spirit, but also, they feel pretty confident, and they have that adrenaline that they can kind of then just ride out as they progress through the remaining games of the day. And of course, another team that we saw just absolutely stepping up their performance yesterday was Fate. They finished off on 71 points for the day, 10 points ahead of Galaxy Race, as you rightly pointed out. And I'm curious to see what their mentality is going to be coming into this day.
Yeah, I think mentality is one thing, as you mentioned. It's game plan as well. Like yesterday, where they have really shown through that rotational, strength, was when they were forced to make a wide rotation in phase 1 into the southern island. Well, this time they have a very comfortable spot in the circle. So, like, my question will be, what their plan, like what's their plan, like can they still adapt to that when they are kind of been pushed into feeling more comfort, when they can actually be always in fighting mode, like better, and make good use of hospital where we last saw them. So that would be the key thing, like when you are in there and you are so confident that, oh, we're in, we can just loot a little bit longer, but then you miss out on some chances. So that is, like, in a way, a test. And I think we can really draw parallel between that situation to how RICO Infinity played the first game. I think the third game yesterday, when we got a Northern Circle. No, that was the first game. Yeah, we've got another circle first game, I believe. Yes. So when they've got a Northern Circle, they are Northern team, and they are losing players are forced to kind of went into fights when they seem like they're not expecting it. So it will be about those tempo, through and through all the time. I think that is the key thing that I will always be looking out for.
Well, there's definitely going to be a little bit of pressure on the shoulders here for RICO Infinity. I mean, we did see that chicken dinner come in from them yesterday over on towards Sanhok. So the best performance yesterday on Erangel itself was finishing up into 8th place. So definitely looking to see if they can improve on those standings coming into the day. But I got to say, though, another team that I'm curious to see their performance of is going to be KURD Squad, because up in league play, they finished pretty strong. They showed a really good consistency with their placement and just their performance in general. And I mean, looking at it yesterday, yesterday wasn't the craziest day. I mean, they did have a good game in that final match, taking 2nd place. But now coming into today, I'm looking to see whether or not they are able to adjust a little bit and look to improve and tweak a little bit of those performances and those potential maybe stumble blocks they had. Because I mean, if league play is anything to go on, they do have great potential, and I'm curious to see that, of course, now coming to fruition in towards this Super Weekend. This is where we know those points really making the most impact they can. So yeah, the pressure is on there. Of course, going to be keeping a watchful eye on them. And SUDOR, we've been looking at them coming in. Yesterday, they were able to bring in a grand total of 29. Their best game, of course, being over on towards Miramar, in which they placed in 3rd, starting the day off in 14th place. So hopefully things go a little bit better coming into today's matches, that they're able to finish a little bit stronger with regards to those placement points. And looking at the zone, it is getting ready to pop up once again. We've got a healthy rotation, of course, coming through from the teams. We do see the players there from Twisted Mind sites, as well as Ra'ad over on towards that eastern side. And now the zone continues to stay in favor of RICO Infinity. So now the ball is in their court. They now need to utilize this position they've got.
Yeah, and you can see it's about that macro sense. Yes, although we've got Everest controlled by YaLLa, but they know they can't really play loud from that position without high probability of a need to rotate back to the northern side. So that is a lot of important macro sense. Like, we watch maybe PMCO sometimes a slightly lower level play. People would think we're good, we've got high ground, we've got a strong spot, we're in the circle, let's stay. Yeah, like YaLLa can read that and know that it's likely that it will center up. So they want to go towards the river, and by holding Everest, they've got the sight lines and very great priority to go into that area before some of the other teams, right? So I think the cube compound is extremely strong. Some compounds to the eastern side of North Georgia Port are strong as well. Of course, multiple hills on the north now slowly getting taken up. So YaLLa made that cross. We've got multiple teams coming in. SUDOR also want to cross, and that is just kind of pro play. Like, you can see it's 2 steps forward, DK, as opposed to some of the PMCO plays that we see people get overly comfortable for what seems to be a good spot in the circle. It's not good if it's likely that you will need to lose it, or it's hard to get out of it for the next shift.
Well, speaking about shifts, we see the players here from YaLLa now just looking to hold on. They did rotate up from the south on towards this position just across the bridge, and the team here from Revolution actually also following right up behind them. So it's going to be an interesting exchange between both these teams. We did see, of course, a really strong play coming in from Revolution in the league play. YaLLa bringing up an absolutely phenomenal performance, as you've pointed out already in yesterday's final game, with that starting off with a 3-man team. Fortunately, it seems for today, they've got the full squad in, so we got some high hopes there for them. But now it's all down to looking to fortify the positions in the center zone. I mean, it is quite a bit of a challenging position to be in. I'm going to be honest, because we've got that position on the northern edge of the bridge, of course, where we can see the players there from YaLLa, but we do have a few teams now trying to trickle in over on towards that western side. Lusail now taking some good initiative, setting themselves up right in front of that bridge crossing, and Fate trying to inch their way across. Ragnarok now getting isolated as the rest of the team are yet to push into this region, making a quick rotation across the bridge. But up comes the spray, wanted, lying in wait. And this is now that time to strike for Lusail. Will they be able to get it done? Nice movements coming in from Fate, though. But I like the way that Lusail is reacting to this rotation coming in.
There's a knock on the teammate as well. There's some miscommunication there for sure. But like, Fate was pretty, blunt, pretty quick with that rotation, and it can be risky. I think they are just coming in, finding that window where Lusail could not find more players to gather all the firepower in this bridge camp, and they found that perfect spot, because you could see the support now comes in just after 20 seconds, and that is Faye just using that car formation. They may lose one player or whatnot, but they want to be close together so that they can possibly fight that when the support comes in. But that circle will go back to the south just a little bit, so with the river still in play, some of these teams may need to think how to get back down to that south side. So test after test, like after it is just like phase 2 with the countdown. So it's pretty insane, if you do ask me, DK. Is already playing that game where teams are baited to go to cross the waters, and then they think, yeah, you know what, we can't go like all in for these. Like, it's like a bit like life, sometimes you want to all in full send all the time, but is it always the best? And for this particular map, it will be the teams who have a little bit of reservation with a little bit of a plan B that will be rewarded.
Well, speaking about plan B, I mean, I do think that the players there from Real Tiger 9, they've actually positioned themselves in a fairly decent spot, and a little bit further up ahead, just on the edge of the coastline up in towards the north. We can see RICO Infinity and Falcons now trying to make a play of rotation up in towards the zone, but I don't know. We got that blue zone closing in. This ideally where we'd like to see RICO Infinity rotating up into zone and then setting up the kind of a gatekeep for the zone itself, instead of trying to take the engagement with the Falcons. As we can see, Falcons, they've already decided they're going to try and go for a more wrap-around approach to secure that position in zone. Lusail now being pretty proactive there. They've already put a few shots up in it to the side of Fate, and now they move on to the bridge. Isawi, of course, getting spotted out below. Down he goes. Beautiful spray coming in there from Gary Boy, and now Reef right there alongside him. I'm liking this pressure point that Lusail is applying to them.
You know what? This is actually a mistake by Fate. Like, they know upon that shift, they kind of just stayed around. They did not prepare for Lusail to possibly enter the bridge, and when they actually went for that cross, the information did pass over, so the weak side awareness was not there for the two players by the coastal line. It could be a mic bug, we don't know. There could be some glitches, we don't know. But if there's actually any good communication coming through, then that shouldn't have happened, right? Maybe they got the car down there still trying to get a way back up, and that could actually be the case. So, you know, driving skills, after all, one of the basics in the PUBG mobile scene.
Yeah, well, it is going to be an interesting play nonetheless, and of course now Fate having a little bit of company rotating into that position alongside them. As you can see the players from Falcons now joining them up in towards North George, but RICO Infinity still trying to find a position to push into the zone. They seem to be a little bit uncertain for the time being, and they got to be so careful because the zone has now shifted down south, centering up beautifully over towards the Georgia Ball crates. And Galaxy Racer, I mean, they just read the zone absolutely beautiful, moving up in anticipation, but Ra'ad also looking pretty strong, just holding on to that southern edge. And this is now where they can really look to leverage those positions. But I mean, don't take that position for Real Tiger 9 for granted just yet, because that is also a beautiful vantage point to be in. And now as we see the players there from KURD 12 actually looking to try and push in, they could find themselves at a slight bit of a disadvantage.
Man, I love a South Georgia Bull crate finish. It's so crazy. Like the so-called building structures, everything is just of its own kind, and you can see you can't even miss one angle. Two teams now on this southern side, and there's even more parts of this crate. The sail coming in on that other side, and Cryptics as well joining in on that western part. And Galaxy Racers tighten up the formation, but after all, it's not going to be easy. Look at those high, how do we even call them? Just huge metal, right? I'm just going to call them like the tall
cranes,
things,
yeah.
right? The
cranes.
The cranes are great. The cranes got innovation, all that stuff. But you know what? It can be a very disrespectful thing to do in the Pro League when people know that you may go for it. They spray you down before you even reach there, right? But it's still possible. Like, I think depending on where the next circle goes, and Everest still in there, but teams don't want to get stuck up there if the zone keeps shifting away. So it will be that type of consideration that we mentioned earlier, like when YaLLa was holding it but decided to leave from it. Now they are stuck on the other side of the water, DK.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't really argue with the teams not wanting to be in Everest. Looking at the zone, it is going to be quite essential for teams to try and set themselves up in the container yard here, because the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give the opposing teams to reposition themselves. And Ra'ad already in a fantastic spot, just capitalizing on that, putting the spray down through and really forcing the handy of Twisted Mind. But this is what makes it so exciting, is there's so many teams now moving into the vicinity. We still have all 16 teams in play and only 2, potentially 3 teams holding up in towards the north. The rest of the lobby just fighting it out over in it towards the the container yard here. The grenades, of course, getting cooked up, getting sent on through. And this is going to be a very, very brutal fight for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and it's just down to those very, very small things, right? Like audio cues, like knowing when to discipline your footstep, like when do you peek or not. Like this is very different in the usual type of team play, guys. Like when you're holding a building, you can maybe not peek a particular side when your teammate's doing a particular thing. Like you need to, for example, you kill someone, then you loot one by one, so everyone's got the angles covered. But how do you properly define angles when the covers are these crates? Like, it's not a building that or window that you can look out of while you are prone, like below it. So it's a very different type of team fighting and game sense that we are talking about. After all, this is the Pro League and we love survivability. 16 teams still in the lobby with only lost 7 players, DK. This is a very, very spicy one.
Oh, and I mean, it's about to get even spicier as that zone shifts over on towards the eastern side. Actually moving up in favor of RICO Infinity, and a lot of these teams we see holding on this frontier, but now they're going to play that one absolutely phenomenal. I mean, SCYTES, they're in a pretty golden position there. They can just look to capitalize on their angle. There's no one really challenging them for that spot. They're all focused on each other, holding up into the container yard. And now YaLLa cooking it up. Ida sending the grenade over, finds it right on towards Smoker. Now this is a beautiful start. Will we see YaLLa look to push on through and clean it up all the way in? No, Ida gets taken down. Up comes Bandar for some reinforcements. Powerful right there alongside him. Knife gets taken right on down. YaLLa looking to clean it up. One player down. They still have 3 hopefuls left to fight it out. But here we go. QHT now looking to move in. He cooks up the grenade, sends it through. But YaLLa, they've got that whole defensive front set up. The grenade shoots right past, finds the position right there on Ida, but up comes the spray. Bandar now looking to capitalize, looking to find that finishing blow. Will he be able to get it done? Come on, it is so close. Just a little bit further. Oh, yes, sirree. Finds the hit, and with that, Revolution is our first team eliminated. But YaLLa looking pretty golden, sitting with 3 kills on board. And of course, losing Ida in the process, but it is not going to be stopping there anytime soon. So many more teams still up ahead. You can see RICO Infinity holding up in towards the north, but as we look a little bit further on towards the eastern side, we see the side of Lusail and of course Ra'ad side by side. Faith, meanwhile, getting eliminated.
Man, and we talk about a game plan and setting up, like in the crates right now. It's so important to just dedicate to gatekeeping first and then plan the next thing. You can't be stuck between 2 things, but what's stuck is going to be Falcons. Not just them, we've lost 3 teams in the matter of like 20 seconds. That is a crazy, crazy one. SUDOR coming in, trying to take this one against RTG, and they will take it.
Wow, that was just a beautiful sweep coming on through, but now the south are really starting to clear itself out. We still see the players there from KURD 12 holding strong on the edge of the zone towards the south. Lusail now looking to fortify themselves. Meanwhile, we do see the players here from KURD squad looking to apply the pressure onto RICO Infinity. There we go. Anas coming in with a beautiful spray onto J9. Aram holding up behind the crate, getting ready. Just prepping himself for that push, waiting for that reload before looking to advance. But Prestige and SK-Ton actually starting to flank around. A beautiful distraction coming in from RICO Infinity. But with that, of course, we do see the knock come through on towards Prestige. The pressure is on. Both these teams just playing an absolutely phenomenal game in and around these containers. But Unknown gets picked right on up. Aram still holding the position, not looking to budge just yet, but of course he is going to get rushed as Hidan is creeping around, just snakes his way on through, and with that, the finishing blows come straight in. RICO Infinity gets the squad wipe, but now Ra'ad and Lusail going toe-to-toe. Here we go, it is up to Rip to try and hold on, but Ra'ad just so efficient, moving in, finding the Blazers, and with that, they take out the team there from Lusail. Now, only 8 teams remain, Tarzan.
Man, and this is very, very confident play from Ra'ad. They know they need to clear this out, then move on to the next part. And this is great progress from them, but all these teams need to think about when to get in, right? Because we've got this circle basically with sights to overlook every single team, and it's looking a bit like the Miramar game yesterday, when they pick the very edge compound and somehow get blessed by the zone. So let's see whether they can get some kills out of this, because all the teams would know that will be a compound to be aware of, and with the given level, right, they should know how to keep themselves safe from there. But so it will be down to SCYTES to see whether they can get even more, but crashes can come in as well if you don't keep your eyes open. RICO Infinity tries to take down one, and even more, SCYTES might be compromising this one.
Well, that is a beautiful quick rotation coming in from the side of RICO Infinity. SCYTES now feeling the pressures. Phobia gets taken down as well as Razur.
No.
But the grenades in retaliation get sent on in. Putting a quick halt to the advance there of RICO Infinity. It is now up to SK-Ton to try and bring it in. I mean, pressure is on Abud. Cooking up grenade after grenade, looking to send it on through. Will he find that opening? Looking to go for a little bit of a confirm here, but this is where SCYTES need to be so careful as Vigors from Twisted Minds comes through with a beautiful pickup. Fortunately, SCYTES still have 2 players up and able to fight. That, of course, being Ghost and Razur. The grenades are going to continue to fly, but the pressure is on. I'm curious to see, though, what Galaxy Racer is going to be doing. I mean, yesterday when we saw them getting rushed by all those teams over towards that western bridge, we saw them getting eliminated. So far, they are holding up strong. They are prioritizing these engagements quite impressively. And now they look to advance their possession, applying the pressure now onto the side of SUDOR, but SUDOR not going to be letting them get through this one just yet. Oh, with that, the first knock comes through. A beautiful trade-off. Amori taking quite a bit of damage, but up comes Raouf, cooking up another grenade, looking to send it in. Up ahead, we do see the remainder of SUDOR. It is now down to Clever. The pressure is on. Galaxy Racer really staying so cool. Up comes Amori, looking to find that spray. He is right next to Clever. Up he comes, he finds the hit. And with that, SUDOR get eliminated. Galaxy Racer actually making a good adjustment based on yesterday's performance. But now, the pressure is still on SCYTES. Looking to get a bit of a spray down over on towards Twisted Minds, as we only now have 5 teams remaining, and Ghost is just on fire.
Man, and that position is just too good. And this is where SCYTES can get even more. And you know what? But Galaxy Racer continue to impress. They were on the north side of these crates, and they were able to come in and survive as a full squad. That is insane. His synergy is gun skills, is macro sense, is like all these things, right? Like, and put together, it's going to be a further test though. Like, there's many vehicles that has turned into metal, so those are metal shields. And but on this side, Prestige trying to really disrupt this one, and this might be the opening and also the window that Galaxy Racer can come in without the suppression from SCYTES.
And that is a beautiful sneak approach coming in from RICO Infinity, but now Abood has spotted them, sends out a grenade, trying to just ward them off for the time being. But Prestige and SK2D2 are going to be relentless in their effort. They are looking to find that opening and put the pressure on Abood, meanwhile getting picked right on up. Now it is a 2v2 challenge for SCYTES and RICO Infinity to try and bring this one in. Up comes Ghost, finds the hit onto Prestige. One more player to go as SCYTES finds the confirm, but he gets hit in the third party. Here we go. The shots coming through. Still Razur, the last remaining, or one of the last remaining players, though, moves in and finds the blows into SK2D2. RICO Infinity getting taken right on down, but Galaxy Racer now looking to capitalize on that as they come rushing straight up into SCYTES. Ghost, the only player standing between Galaxy Racer and another winner chicken dinner. Freak right up in the front line, looking to get aggressive. Up he comes, the sprays come through. Amadi landing the finishing blow, and another winner chicken dinner on board for Galaxy Racer. Absolutely insane play.
Are you kidding me? Like, how do they do it again and again? This is the Pro League. Are they playing this like a classic game? I don't get it. Like, yes, they've got the circle, like, for that phase 3. Great. But then they don't get it after, when so many teams are trying to come into, you know, those crates area. Like, I really want to see the POV for that one. So, of course, like, Freak uploads quite a few things onto YouTube, so we'll want to track that down. But what a great performance. Now on to 6 winner chicken dinners, and we're just halfway through second week. Like, last season they got 9, and now they are now on to 6, and they look like they do it with such finesse as well. Like, it's so easy for them. Well, that is really mind-blowing.
But it was a really good situational play coming in there from Galaxy Racers. We know yesterday when they were playing on Erangel, they got pressurized into that position over towards that western bridge with the rush of teams and the sheer numbers moving in. We did see them, of course, fall there, and it's good to see them now holding their own in a very similar kind of pressure situation, being able to prioritize those engagements and just managing to survive all the way through, essentially ending up with a winner chicken dinner. Speaking of which, of course, we are going to be having a look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to bring on through. Galaxy Racer finishing strong there on 23 points, but a beautiful performance coming in from SCYTES, finishing strong on 19. That is kind of the gameplay we want to see. Already out of the 4 teams coming into the Super Weekend, they were the team with the most points on board already, and now they're just looking to advance that even more so.
Yeah, I think it's the small things there allowed them to make it to the end game. Yes, like when we are down to 8, 9 teams, they all already know that Sites compound is the high risk one. Like for any other teams who wants to, enter to the circle, so they know that in order to strike from there safely, they need to at least repark the cars in front of these compounds, in front of the road, so that they can use those. So, as I always say, DK, but they did that decently well, and then they just fought off teams. And RICO actually lived for long enough being one of these teams on the other side of the road. So, very important for both teams. And Raj showing some like glimpse of glamour as well. Yeah, like in those team fights, they know they have to take it, but unfortunately couldn't find the balance between that and the survival, and we're out at 10th place. And YaLLa, yes, I put a lot of money on them. I praised them for some of those really, decisive macro rotations, but when they went to the other side of the river, coming back in was something that they did not prepare for. Right. And then finish that fight well, but then run out of cover to work with. So once again, you know what? They may come back stronger, and they need to. But a heartbreak for Real Tiger Knight and Fate Esports, the two teams, DK, that we talked about yesterday, right? In two separate games with great pacing early game, something very courageous in the way that they played. But they went out as the two only teams with no points this game one.
But I mean, well, let's be honest. This zone was a bit of a crazy one. It was a bit of a wonky shift, right? So it was almost like kind of that carrot stick situation. The
Right,
teams
yes.
move into zone, and the zone's like, oh, thank you so much, but I'm gonna move in the opposite direction now. So all that hard work was for nothing. Move the other way now, and we saw quite a bit of that, and that's what I kind of love about the surprise element with regards to the zone shifts, especially on Erangel, is no matter how many times you've played this match or played this game, there's always going to be a surprise with regards to Erangel itself and just where exactly those zones decide to go to. So, yeah, I mean, a pretty challenging play. And obviously, we saw a lot of these teams getting picked off as they were trying to bring in those rotations, moving through in towards the zone, trying to catch up with that. But of course, we have our MVPs for the match coming in. We do have Ghost there from the sites taking pole position with 3 kills and 785 damage being done. We do have Anas from RICO Infinity coming in with 4 kills and 735 damage. And of course, Galaxy Racer Rauf stepping up there with 2 kills and 510 damage. So again, some pretty standard points we see on the board here. This was a really challenging match to start the day off with, and I gotta say I'm looking forward to seeing what PUBG has in store for us going through the rest of the day. Of course, we know up next we are going to be moving in towards a little bit of that Miramar action. But now the overall standings, that is where it's all at. And Galaxy Racer now advancing their position even more so, moving up into the 300s with that winner chicken dinner. And well, they just they almost 100 points in the lead once again. That is 95-point difference.
Pretty insane, right? Averaging is 14.8 points per game. Like, so keeping up to almost 15 points per game average. Like, that is the point average that we would see for some occasional like crazy league play, right? We've seen 120s coming through maybe from like Falcons sometimes last season. We've got it from NASA week 1 last season, league play week 1, and then we've got it week 1 this season as well from YaLLa. But to do that continuously over 21 matches, that is how good Galaxy Racers is. And you know what? Like we need to talk about sites in here, because they made it to top 16. Now, I've only played 6 matches, and I'll give you guys some more data as well. We will get to see it, but Road to Glory, a team that is not in the second Super Weekend, who've already played 15 matches, are actually currently below sites. So that is the power of those big games, right, DK? We always talk about it, and we don't just talk about them because of the mathematical probability and possibility. Is what it can do mentally to the players as well. That the snowballing effect that can come through. Like, we are all gamers. We know, we talk about slumps when things are not doing well. Like we talk about being on a rampage when you just have that confidence when it keeps going your way. So that could be a very important one for SCYTES, because right now seems like this is the best games they've played so far in this season of PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely on. We've seen the competition already increasing quite a considerable bit coming in from the previous season into this one. The teams are really bringing it to the table. They are here to prove a point. They are here to prove themselves worthy of moving through in towards the next phases, be that the finals, be that the PMPL EMEAs. There's quite a bit at stake for the teams here to play for, aside from just the share in the prize pool. But of course, we are going to be getting ready now to move into our second match. But before we do that, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll see you right back after.
Come on, Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2, the second Super Weekend Day 2. Well, there's a lot of twos there, and speaking about twos, we're getting ready to move into our second match as well. So we'll just layer on the twos on top of all of that. But before we get into any of that, we want to remind you guys of Nimo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021's official media partner. Now, Tarzan, first match, getting off to a pretty banger of a start. We saw the players there from Galaxy Race, of course, coming in with the winner chicken dinner, finishing strong on 7 kills. SCYTES taking that second spot. So good performance coming in there from them. And really, we see that starting to reflect with regards to the points as they've now moved up in towards 16th place. And I think this is where Road to Glory, YaLLa Esports, Triple Vibes, and NASA are starting to get a little bit stressed, you know, hoping to see that what their efforts they brought in their first Super Weekend, would it be enough to still have them in a decent position at the end of this Super Weekend. But I mean, looking at SCYTES, they're showing a good possibility and good momentum there to continue to push up that leaderboard, but also it opens up that opportunity for FalconsEsport to actually move up into potentially the top 10. So I gotta say, I'm quite excited to see what the teams will have in store for us. Now, next up, it's gonna be the Miramar map. So what is your breakdown of the statistics and the number crunching, you know, moving into this match?
Oh, we love number crunching, right? Galaxy Racer. We had them winning the first game as well yesterday. They moved into Miramar and they actually crashed into Compound. You know, they went with a very specific, right, and special rotation tempo. They avoided all the congestion, like when they started in El Ponzo, you know, go all the way to enter into phases 2 and 3, but then went very blunt onto the what seems to be the void side, the far side of the zone, and they got punished for that type of rotation. So it's about, you know, their confidence sometimes needing a little bit of the basics to back them up as well. So I want them to do better, because I don't think anyone will touch El Ponzo, because they are them and they are strong, but the enemies are themselves. And that is exactly it right now. But you know what? We need to bring out another team as well. Falcons were decent yesterday, right? Like 60 points, and that's just 1 point, like lower than Galaxy Racer when it comes to that day one, but they had a 5th place finish with 3 kills to start off with in game 1 yesterday. Now they don't have it, right? And historically they've been terrible on Miramar. I'm sorry, but I kind of have to say it, because they are the Picardo team that no one really touched, but every team kind of just come by a little bit and punish them, and when they happen to get out without an issue, they choke somewhere else when it comes to macro game sense, when it comes to that mid-game pacing. So I'm worried for them just for that reason. They didn't have the best game 1, and they're not onto the best performing map. So, but you know what? By all means, prove me wrong, because that would mean that they've done something right.
Well, we have to wait and see exactly who's going to be proving you right and who's going to be proving you wrong. Hopefully, there'll be a lot more of that wrong proving coming through as the teams step up and just play some phenomenal PUBG. And of course, you know, it is going to be Miramar, so we know it really allows for a lot more of those long-range engagements to come through. A lot of that more dynamic rotation using the terrain, just inching their way on through. So, yeah, quite excited to see what that will bring to the table here. But, of course, speaking about tables, we are going to look to shake them up a little bit as we're getting ready to move in to our first initial match. And we're going to be looking to see where that flight path is coming through. It looks to be all the way over in towards the eastern side, though. So this is definitely going to be quite the interesting start to the day. I mean, a lot of the teams that like to frequent those more western sides are going to have a little bit of a tougher time to get into position. As we can see, of course, the flight path just cutting along that southern edge, that southeastern side. And I mean, Los Leones, pretty accessible here, but up towards potentially El Pozo, water treatment, La Cabrera even, it's going to be a little bit harder to get to. So I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing with their options with regards to drop locations.
You know what? I actually find this playing path pretty nice, DK. You know why? Because Puerto Paraiso, yes, of course, it's quite far, but teams can really touch it. But if you think about the other side, you can actually reach a lot of places. If we draw the line from Tor Ahumada to Monte Nuevo, those are actually not too far from it. And yes, you may say Tor Ahumada is a bit far, Professor, but you know what? Not a lot of teams will go for the similar car spawns when the line is exactly like that, right? So the team that I actually want to, like, and I'm very interesting to find out when it comes to early game, decisions, would be Galaxy Racer themselves, because El Pozo is far. Not only are they far, but if you want to go there, you may need to land close to Monte Nuevo teams, Power Grid teams, San Martin teams. So, or even if you want to drop down earlier along that main road, right, to the west of Los Leones, many teams would want to be around that anyway. So you can see Galaxy Racer would just get their data down. Look at how every team dropped. Look at the number of players in the plane to drop in particular spots along that plane path. They got all those down. They would jump out late onto a road that people won't contest with, and then just loop back into a place where people will just won't contest, right? But Northern Circle, now we have this line from top right to bottom left to basically draw that line there. But top left will be the void side, very empty side. So if teams want to go to the Coberia or all the way to, water treatment, even Oasis, be my guest, they should have a pretty empty and quiet phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a fairly decent position to look to set themselves up into. And well, one of the points of contention we're definitely going to be seeing is over in towards Hacienda del Patron as well as San Martin. We did see the players there from YaLLa, as well as Twisted Mind dropping down in the vicinity. Twisted, of course, as we can see right here in Hacienda del Patron. But now we also have the team there from Ra'ad dropping a little bit further over on towards that eastern side. So not too far away just yet. But now it's that opportunity for teams to actually start moving into those more northern territories. And of course, up comes a quick replay. That lovely glider now coming in. Just look at that. Looks so majestic. Sights. They just enjoying all the sights, on the map here. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Well,
and what a stylish landing that was. 10 out of 10 for the efforts on landing there.
I got conditioned for some better flying experience, like the other day I was casting it with some other of events, and we've seen someone go from basically bottom left of the map all the way up to the top left, and that's the best flight I've seen. Right, that was amazing, but that wasn't too bad either. The aesthetics were there, right? Like golden hills, golden, team banner, golden glider. But you know what? Can Golden take this fight? Is the actual situation, and he will be a little bit too blind, but he got the M4, but doesn't beat the S12K, and that will be Destiny sealing the one of Golden, not quite the Golden Destiny right here, but Twisted Minds with the early kill. And that is important because they were the team that we had high hopes for, DK, especially through that aggression in week 1, but they've been a little bit stealthy ever since.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really run up against the shoddy in early phases. I mean, that thing is just a beast, especially when you don't have too many armors and levels and weapons and bags and stuff. It's a pretty risky play. And of course, as we saw now, if you put that S12K to good use, just finding the spot, the sweet spot, it really just deals with the enemy in close to no time at all. I mean, it's brutal. That thing is just a beast. Yeah. So I'm curious to see though what these later few phases are going to bring on through. The players here from RICO Infinity now still just going about their business up in towards Monte Nuevo. They still have a fairly decent and easy looting phase to go through, as it's completely uncontested. And I'm curious to see whether they are going to potentially look to push even further up this western side. As you pointed out, El Pozo, La Cabrera, completely open, completely barren. The teams could actually rotate up at their leisure, just find themselves in a decent position in anticipation for that zone shift.
Yeah. And you know what? Speaking of anticipation, I love, the guns that you were talking about, in those early fights. But I want to take ourselves back one further step, right? Because we think about why would one of those players in that early skirmish know to not move, okay, and the other one would just, run in. We talk about the early game basics, DK, sometimes that I button, knowing where to look, how to use your teammates to maybe do that together with you, in a jumping formation. And sometimes teams need to think about that as they in lobby and knowing how they can get the most info out of the area that they intend to control in that earliest phase. And that could mean the side of Twisted Minds got those basic down just a little bit better, to say the least. And that will be like golden from case of not doing that bit of homework. That could really explain it. But talking of anticipation, I want to talk about Galaxy Racer again, because they didn't go for those type of, take this car away from them and all that type of stuff. They went for that easy, like, main road. But for RICO Infinity, who like really want to get a lot more points and come back strong, like how they've done last season, then they, as a Montenuevo team, to know that pattern from Galaxy Racer, they can literally drop Montenuevo, grab a few guns, send to along that main road, and just completely choke off the side of Galaxy Racer, right? So that is, I don't want to suggest that to really cause them to their death, but as a very, very good team, they should be able to, decode that type of situation and get themselves out as well. But, if I were RICO Infinity, that is exactly what I'm going to do the next time we see this type of playing path on this map.
Well, yeah, of course, working on that that anticipation, looking at where the teams go and, just trying to figure out their moves before they make the moves themselves. But speaking about moves, we are going to be looking at the players here from Fate. We had some high expectations coming into the first match. Things didn't really go according to plan, but now coming into the second, of course, they have a new open slate. They can look to improve whatever performances they are wanting to better based on that first game, and so far so good. I mean, we still have all 16 teams still in play here, so it's still up for grabs to see who's going to be the first team to get sent back up into the lobby. But looking at the zone itself, it presents quite a few opportunities for teams to stay in until those later few phases if they can set themselves up for that. I'm curious to see exactly just, who's going to choose to move in, because we had this whole southern edge being quite contested. We have our first phase about to come to an end. But as we look over on towards the players here from KURD squad, they, of course, dropped over in towards Power Grid, and they're still maintaining a similar kind of position just on the edge there of Hacienda del Patrones. But now, as we look onto the map, we can actually see SCYTES. They've rotated all the way from Torre Bronca up in towards a more northern position there, all the way up in towards Torre Ahumada. So, yeah, curious to see what they are going to look to bring in with that. Also, a good position coming in there from Ra'ad, all the way over in towards La Cobreria.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky as a circle. Just need to rely on those basics. In scouting and controlling a segment, we'll have it going slightly towards that northern side with water treatment in the middle. So, yes, it's working the ridges, right? Like DK, finding that small pocket, one dip, one split compound, and finding the best way to control it. And sometimes you may get those compounds in the circles, in two consecutive circles, I should say. And it's about reset up, a term that I use quite often, right? But for this circle, the key and tricky thing is really that road to the south of water treatment. Like, crossing that takes a lot of courage and preparation, and you also rely on the teams on the other side to not know how to use the water treatment strong spots as well. And you can see multiple teams need to find multiple way in, and an interesting kill feed there. We've just seen the confirmation form on Golden by Destiny, but you know what, we try to rely on those more, and it's important. The kill feed awareness is one of the very, very important things in this game, because that allows you to establish numbers advantage in the potential mid and late game fight. But SUDOR Esports are not scared to show their presence in this one, and now that they are there, it could put a clock, right, a countdown timer in what they can do. Like, teams can come in and want to scout a little bit. Would that rich and dip be enough for them? That is going to be the question. Seems like Revolution would want to move out, because only as a duo right here, they don't have the confidence to hold this down.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the position Revolution find themselves in, they've got this whole eastern side of the zone pretty open to their disposal. Well, if they can get the vehicle the right side up. But now as we move on through, we do see the players there from Ra'ad continuing to push even further up in towards the zone, actually finding themselves coming under a little bit of pressure there from the KURD squad. But still a decent position to be in. I mean, looking at these ridge lines, these hills and valleys they've got, they can actually just snake their way all the way through up to alongside the players there from SCYTES and Lusail potentially. So curious to see just how far they are looking to push in. Of course, KURD squad adopting a very similar kind of approach here, just inching their way forward. But they do have the hilltop just outside there of water treatment, so it could be quite the favorable spot. We can see a little bit further up towards the north. We got one of the players there, Razur from SCYTES. The rest of the team still going about their business up in towards Torre Ahumada. But now this is where Razur needs to be so careful. I mean, he needs to show some trigger discipline and not really give away that position just yet. Meanwhile, we do see the team here from SUDOR and iKURD triple now exchanging a few hits. Oh, the sprays come through from Al-Shamri, and he, of course, in turn now gets knocked out. He was trying to get that knock up in towards Helm End, but very fortunate for Helm End. He managed to get in behind some hard cover, but now up comes the push. KURD leading this assault here. Let's see, will they be able to get it cleaned up as they move on to SUDOR, Ali, and Al-Shamri. Oh, sorry, Helm End. Oh, yeah, no, here we go. They're moving in. Saif cooking up a quick nade, sending it on through. Saif and his teammates now just trying to play the edge of this ridgeline.
I love the aggression coming through here. They just want to make sure they get something out of that knock. They don't even have to fully engage. They just need to apply enough pressure to stop the revive. And that is amazing to see. And right now we've got the next zone coming in. They are closer to the zone as well. And they should get enough info on that side that they need to enter. And they actually are not scared to continue applying pressure. That knock will be delivered with the revive coming through. But that is a 1-for-1 right now. And that will be the side angle from Catan being ever so important.
Oh, here we go. Now pressure is on. Catan looking to make a bit of a play here, trying to inch his way around. We see a quick disengage coming in there from iKURD triple, as Helm End is looking to push away just to secure that anchor position a little bit further up ahead in towards the zone. Meanwhile, it is up to Ali and KURD now to make the call. They're smoking it up and getting their butts the heck out of there. Meanwhile, the players from SUDOR not seeing those rotations actually come through. That is quite the clever play coming through. But now Ali, the last remaining hopeful of iKURD, holding on to this front line. I'm liking this kind of leapfrog approach they have to getting into a good secure position. But the pressure is on Ali now. Needs to try and hope that SUDOR also look to rotate up in towards zone, but also at the same time not really spot his position just yet.
That is a very tricky play. I thought it could go very well. Like, iKURD triple can pull one back and then establish the overwatch across the street, then get a second one to drive through, for SUDOR to peek, maybe that overwatch can get a knock, and then now Ali is in area to spoil everything, right? But he doesn't have a car by the looks of it, and if he does, that's one of the biggest brain play. But you can see SUDOR also, like, at the level of play that we want them to be, avoiding that exact spot. But we've got a fight breakout on the other end as well. We talk about RICO Infinity and their past history in playing well, and Anna's literally fragging his mind out yesterday. So let's see whether they can control this further, because we know water treatment heavily rewards those who knows, like, the best rock, the best tip, you know. It's about elevation and good splits.
Speaking about good splits, Vault now getting split in half as the spray comes through, and Unknown, oh, now just trying to survive up on the edge. He is the last remaining hopeful for his team, and quite a bit of a turn of events here for KURD squad, but of course Unknown gets picked up as RICO Infinity follow through with the spray, sending them right back into the lobby. Now only 15 teams remain. Of course, KURD squad there being our first team back into the lobby. And I mean, we're so deep into this game already. The team's really showing some good survivability as they last all the way up into these late few phases. Meanwhile, we do see the players there from SCYTES and Raad taking a bit of an engagement up on towards that northern edge, just on the edge of blue zone. But I mean, if SCYTES play this one well, they could actually look to gatekeep Raad entirely, forcing their hand and just picking up a few easy points along the way. But it is going to be quite a bit of a fight. It's really a bit of a challenge here, and we can see Dalha, Sadat, as well as Munir just waiting out in the blue. Sadat now looking to push on through. We got a few smokes up ahead. Razur, of course, spots him out, tries to pick up the hit. Up comes a grenade in retaliation. Oh, nice play coming in. Razur just moving out of line of fire there, but a beautiful response now getting sent in return. Sadat taking quite a bit of damage. But now let's see whether or not the sites will be able to get it done. They do. They find the grenade on towards Sadat, really reading the situation beautifully. But meanwhile, Delhab and Munir, they've been able to reposition themselves back in zone, but now moving up onto the high ground.
Unfortunately, Sadat just didn't have the vehicle. Like, to be fair, as when his teammates got up to that little bit of elevation on that hilltop, he can just get out, and that would be the bait, right? We talk about having, you know, multiple things sometimes seen as separate concepts when you can practically get scouting and opening, like, all into one thing. You didn't have to like break them down, and now this is looking dire for the side of Riyadh. Like, they don't really have the numbers, they don't have a healthy vehicle, they don't have a good cover, but they will find a bus. But does that matter when there's a full squad, if not two, watching you and spraying you down?
Oh, a really tough rotation here for Ra'ad. Fortunately, their vehicle did get blown up, so that does provide an additional bit of hard cover, but it is not sufficient as YaLLa comes through with the spray down, sending Ra'ad back into the lobby. The fight for the lobby still continues as we now have 14 teams remaining. Everyone going to be trying to vie for their position within the zone. Galaxy Racer, of course, looking to push in from that western side, rather. Right up ahead of them, we see RICO Infinity and YaLLa keeping a very watchful eye, but of course the engagement's happening over on the opposite side of the zone as well. You see the hits coming through. Revolution down in that bottom right corner, just doing a bit of a dance, a bit of a back and forth. YaLLa, meanwhile, looking to set up a good fortification on the edge of zone.
Wow, it's a very, very tricky circle to say the least. And you can see how Galaxy Razer is trying to work the edges, but that is not the best way to go, it seems like. Two of them getting knocked right now is actually Anas to set up his position and basically controlling. Double knock coming through. We need some retaliation coming through, and that is going to be Raouf in position, maybe able to do something. The fourth player is nowhere to be found. Freak is knocked as well. Galaxy Racer actually biting themselves in the butt for this one, for those late rotations.
Oh man, Raouf managing to pull off that quick med kit, but here we go. Anas just blazing on through, picks up the confirm, and with that, Galaxy Racer get eliminated. But now it is that play to find your butt back up in towards zone. No more self-biting, as you said there, Tarzan. And of course, the players there from SUDOR sitting on only one remaining hopeful, as we can see over on towards that far eastern side. But the zone now shifting, continuing up in towards the north, actually moving up in favor of Twisted Minds. And this is where they now need to try and fortify this position, because that is an absolute golden spot to be in. They're able to cover so many angles from that and just pick apart the lobby in the rotations back into zone.
Yeah, and you know what? It's scary to play these spots. Like, I've been in position to get this title circle, and you think you may win the game off it, right? But it's so scary. Like, every peak is absolutely terrifying. You may have 3 to 4 people just watching at that small gap, trying to get an opening knock, and their team is ready to push. So it's about, you know, the plans when it comes to resetting up, and also maybe tightening up the split as well. Like, after all, it's not this like smallest compound. They can actually just take one side and use utilities to, you know, control the Knicks. And so we need to see how they come out. Like, multiple teams are needing to slowly get into there. Look at the like the surrounding of that compound. Absolutely mad. It's extremely open, and these teams need to sometimes relieve that pressure by fighting on the outskirts first before even getting close to the circle, DK.
Oh, man. That is an absolute OP position. Lusail also now just capitalizing on the compound that they have control of, putting quite a bit of pressure on the side of YaLLa. Powerful now having a molly sent in his direction, a grenade following through. Oh, the blaze coming in, takes a few hits, the vehicle gets exploded, but the molly essentially finds him, in K12 coming in with a beautiful third-party hit. to put an end to YaLLa's hopes and dreams in this match. Now, of course, 10 teams remain. I mean, looking at the position in which we see the players there from Twisted, that is an absolutely beautiful spot to be in. Meanwhile, Cryptics are going to look to try and make a bit of a play. Blue Zone has caught up towards them. Falcons right here alongside them, but with that, of course, the Falcons lose their players and they get eliminated. Cryptics now using the opportunity to try and rotate in El Chapo, trying to get ahead of the damage, ahead of the carnage, but moves up right alongside SUDOR and of course ultimately meets his end. Now 7 teams remain. Plays here from KURD 12 right above SCYTES. We have Razur and Ghost, but the grenades getting sent in their direction. Ooh, great position here for KURD 12. Could aimbot and Riva capitalize on that. Trying to smoke it up. They know they need to try and get their butts in zone. But of course, just looking at that compound, Twisted has control of. I mean, wherever the opposing teams decide to go, they will be exposed. And Twisted can just capitalize on that all the way through. But here we go, the rush coming through SCYTES. And KURD 12 now having a bit of a back and forth. And with that, aimbot gets his aim on point, lands the finishing blows, and eliminates SCYTES. 4 teams now left to fight it out. We have KURD 12, we've got Twisted Minds, we've got the players there from Lusail as well as SUDOR. SUDOR and Lusail having a really strong game so far, 7 and 6 kills apiece. But of course, it ain't over until it's over. Twisted Minds, they can almost taste that chicken. They want to try and clutch it out. They still have such strong numbers coming into this late phase.
I think there is a way to get these rotations in, Snow. Like you can, of course, drive and get an opening knock, by baiting someone. You can like throw some smokes close to it so you can choke off the sideline so they can't spray you down. But right now, Twisted Mind's giving like all the power that they can get from this compound, and you can see multiple teams are not really making like those things count. And wow, SUDOR make it in here and just Haybell to save their life as well. An aimbot for KURD 12 needs to come in. Maybe we're just a few smokes away to maybe getting in. And they probably need to split the bets as well. But Destiny landing beautiful headshot to end that one as well. Sounding nice, looking crisp, and Twisted Minds is here to twist their fate.
Yep, they might very well twist fate indeed. And now we can see, of course, aimbot taking quite a bit of damage, but he retaliates onto Destiny. We do have Kaito also positioned just down below. Viggo's now looking to move in for some fortification. Oh, aimbot gets picked up as the Viggo spots him out. Only 2 teams remain. It is our solo. Katan coming in for the side of SUDOR up against the squad from Twisted Minds. So a 1v4 play. I mean, this could still go either which way, right? Obviously, Twisted Minds, they have the numbers advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised if they got the winner chicken dinner. But we have seen a few clutch plays come in from solo players. Is Katan going to be that solo clutch player? We don't know. We'll have to wait and find out.
But you know what? This is a bit of a crazy one. It's 24 minutes, DK, and we're down to a 4v1. Like, yes, you get what I mean? Like, it's so landscape specific sometimes, like for these games. And this is the type that really forces team to kill each other. And you can see Catan, of course, like if Twisted Minds play this well or just buy the book, they should take this. So that is just, man, a bit of a interesting Miramar game, to say the least. Catan will try his luck again, but here comes the pinch, but we'll get that. If he gets that kill point, that is all that matters. But you know what? That was a little bit too hard to find that extra angle, but good effort, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good play coming in from Twisted Minds. They just dominated these last few zones. They just read it and played it so beautifully. I mean, being in the position they were over towards that compound, it was so favorable for them, and they just really played it so beautifully. But I gotta say though, I mean, Catan, valiant effort coming in, still finding that knock. Unfortunately, hesitating a little bit before putting that spray down through up in towards Destiny. But hey, you know, second place, it's better than nothing. I mean, that is a really strong finish for them and such a beautiful play. I mean, SUDOR essentially finishing strong. I believe that was then on 9 kills for this match.
Very important, like catching up close to SCYTES after that one. And Yeah, so that's a very tricky game to analyze, to be fair, DK. Like, there's so many areas where you cannot just, let go of like the suspicion that certain spots can still be, capitalized. Like Galaxy Racer rotated through somewhere thinking teams might have rotated. No, like Rico Infinity took all the control still before they absolutely have to move in. So teams couldn't properly rotate in, would need to be forced to fight anyway. So that was a crazy like maybe history been made like 24 minutes or so like for Miramar game. Insane. But we're
Yeah.
going to get to look at some stats from that game, and we know Twisted Minds made a bit of a twist in that one for sure. Blessed by the circle, but you don't always take those, so credit to them for sure. And SUDOR also having a huge game.
Yeah, that was an absolutely phenomenal play. I mean, SUDOR, I'm pretty sure they are very satisfied with how this match turned out in their favor. 9 kills on board, 12 placement points. Some decent numbers there. Lusail also pretty happy, 7 kills. Twisted Mind, as we pointed out, 7 kills. But as we move on through, we see the real Tiger 9 looking to make a bit of a bounce back as well, coming in with 5 kills. Rico Infinity finding their 5 kills there as well. So some good performances, some good plays coming in. But this was quite interesting. It took a little bit of time before getting into those engagements, but once those engagements started, it just went so quickly. I mean, this match ended in the 6th phase. That is not something we see happen all too often. And of course, YaLLa still coming through with the consistency with regards to kill points, finishing strong on 4, finding 5 points, and sadly, KURD squad, I mean, not having any points for this game.
And this is just a very special game, I would say. Like, it shows a lot of the style of the region as well. Like, there were teams. It's really based on where those depths appear, right? Like DK, like they were good in finding the way in thereafter, but they very quickly switch onto, yeah, this isn't. We need to fight this, right? And multiple teams do that same thing for the particular bit of landscape, and just like that's just how it turned out. Like phase 6, and that was GG. And those early kills that came in were so important, and a lot of these like decent points in that mid-table there in DK was from one fight, from one solid hold of a good split from one strong position, and that's it. And they don't get to play that same position for a long time, because we've got many hardships in that one. Out of all these teams, I want to mention one. Like Rat is worrying. Yeah, like they are at 15 points, I believe, after that one. So averaging just over 2 points. Like that is, you can't do that. That you won't get even into like triple digit, even if you play all 45 games. So they really need to step it up.
Yeah, they definitely will have to do that. But of course, we are going to be moving into our MVP for this round. As we can see, we do have Kazan coming in with 7 kills. Well deserved. MVP award coming in there, 886 damage. Salam, of course, finishing strong there on 4 kills and 692. And then Aimbot from KURD 12 coming in with 2 kills and 546 damage. But Dozen, you were talking about teams, being a bit worrisome and all that, right? Now, if we look back to last week's Super Weekend, I mean, Galaxy Racer, they were just blowing the lobby into a whole different shape, right?
Yep.
But this week, this Super Weekend, they're really struggling with regard to Miramar. I mean, Miramar has definitely not been their strong point. I mean, yesterday they finished in 10th place. Today they finished in 13th. But at least they make up for that on all the other maps. Erangel and Sanhok, they still play a pretty strong game. So I'm not quite sure what's happening in the Galaxy Racer camp there with regards to Miramar. But of course, looking at where they are positioned on the overall rankings, they can probably afford not to have the best day.
Yeah, definitely. And like I mentioned earlier, they are their own enemy. Their only enemy, I would say. Like in that type of scenario, they basically need to pretend that other teams are one level lower when it comes to how they would play that like position, right? They are going past an area thinking of what a particular team might do, and they cannot put themselves into other shoes because they are better. So we come up with these interesting terms in the past when I speak to some pro players, like you need to out dumb someone because everyone plays that in tier 1. So you need to do something so dumb and different that they don't expect it, right? And sometimes that is how Galaxy Racer has like baited themselves into certain sticky situations, in my honest opinion. But you know what? After all, you just need to do your scouting work. Like, there are multiple options when it comes to that rotation, and they could have done better. And you know what? Doing better is the phrase here, seems like. And SCYTES doing better. SUDOR definitely so. 7 games, 61 point tied between these two teams. That only just joined us for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, some really strong players coming in there from them, but of course, we still need to see what Revolution and Ra'ad are going to be doing. They are still to surpass Abia, as well as the players there from Road to Glory, up that leaderboard. And I definitely think the teams should be aiming to surpass NASA, because the moment they can do that, they know that they've put in a strong, decent effort in comparison to the teams coming in from that first week of Super Weekend, right? So definitely NASA is going to be the team to kind of aim for. Falcon, of course, getting closer and closer to that, but SCYTES, and of course the players there from SUDOR, bringing in some really strong efforts, sitting on a very comfortable 61 points apiece, as you rightly pointed out. But now, of course, it is time to get ready to roll all the way back in towards Erangel. But before we do that, we are going to be jumping into a quick break. So stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few minutes.
Mr. DJ. Like this. ناصر، حكينا هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2. This, of course, is our second Super Weekend, and we have just finished up our second match. So a lot of seconds again coming in there, Tarzan. And, well, as we now get ready to move into our third match, we are coming back for our second visit to Erangel. So some expectations coming into this match. And, you know, you obviously do a lot of the number crunching stuff in the background. Right? What numbers have you crunched in anticipation for this match?
You know what? Not really a lot this time round, because that game threw a lot of things out of the window and is part of the art of the PUBG, right? Like, you can't expect too much sometimes. And I think for teams to, actually have a platform to talk about, how things go, when it comes to organizational side of things, everyone know that was a bit of an outlier. When it comes to how games go, right? It ended very quick. Everyone could actually have a bit of mental reset based on how different that game was. So I'm down to predict nothing this time round, like DK, and I think it's a very fair shout to just let them play it out. Like, see what it can do to teams, right? Because it can't do something so crazy that they are going to change the drop spots, but the mental switch up should definitely be something that we should consider.
Well, with the upgrade performance, which we're going to be looking for, and of course, upgraded fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2021. I just had to put that in there, Tarzan, because we were talking about upgrade and performance and stuff, and I was like, that'll slot right in there, absolutely on point. But of course, we are waiting to see what our third match of the day is going to bring in. And yeah, I'm curious to see just who's going to look to step it up. So far, we've seen the players there from SCYTES as well as SUDOR just bringing in, some good, decent performances, finishing pretty strong in our first two initial matches. I'm curious to see who's going to be the team to be victorious in our third match. Of course, rooting for our teams that have only played 7 games so far, but especially hoping to see a much stronger performance coming in from the players there of Ra'ad, as they are currently sitting on only 15 points. They are in dire need of points, but also Revolution. I mean, only 29 points. Yeah, we know that they can find a lot more than that. I mean, Revolution, we saw them coming in league play, just bringing in some pretty decent gameplay, some strong points in there. And Ra'ad, we know from previous seasons, and of course, what they've done since that first season of the PMPL Arabia. So yeah, second season is where it's at, and of course, third match is also where it is gonna be at, as we can see the flight path coming in from the northern side. A very centralized northern approach into the match. We see the lovely Everest up ahead, but it is heading over in towards that southwestern corner, towards Quarry and Primorsk. So a slight bit more off to that western edge, but again, not too worrying just yet.
Yeah, and you know what? Worrying for the side of Ra'ad. They're a Melter team, Melter power team, and I honestly almost don't remember where else they go on this map. Like, they're so religious with that drop that they can just find some ways to get there anyways, and they can run into multiple teams doing that, because we know like teams can come into farm. We've got Novo teams, we've got Millie based teams, and those are not teams to mess with, because we talk about teams that were only playing this second Super Weekend liking to go to that southern island, and yesterday the game was actually a Fate Esports win. In that Game 3, if people actually forgotten about the big brain rotation in Phase 1, this time around it will be different. They will head towards that hospital area on that western coastal line. Yet to find that plane path, you know what, not plane path, Phase 1 circle, but we get it anyway. And YaLLa Esports will be in the middle. A lot of teams don't even have the zone at the moment, and you can see that whole chunk from farm to mention all that eastern side is empty but filled with power positions. So this congestion on the southwest is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a kind of zone in which the knowledge of Falcons are going to be put to the test. Seeing that the zone is now centered up towards them, but I'm also curious to see what RICO Infinity is going to be doing, because this is the second zone today in which they find themselves being included within it, seeing that the zone is sitting once again up in towards the north. So hoping to see that play actually come through from RICO Infinity, but you pointed out that you know, sometimes things are a little bit tough for them if the zone is inclusive for them. So let's see what it is they'll be able to find. But now, SUDOR, Revolution, these are two names we say in close succession a lot in the start of the game. They always somehow manage to find each other in the early stages of the game.
Wow. The adaptation coming back. And you know what? Like, it worked the first time, SUDOR. It didn't work the second time. Revolution are ready. They said, you want to come in close to Chopstick to fight this in Mini Gatka, you can't do it the second time round. You can't just, like, 2v1 us and expect a different result. You know what? Like, the other day I was casting another event, and the host told me the definition of insanity is to expect a different result when you do the same thing again and again in the same exact way. And that was actually a little bit insane. But this pretty sad definition of insanity, right? Like from the side of SUDOR. And what a sad way to stop the little bit of momentum coming through as well. And what did we say about Round? They don't have anything else that they prepared for. They want to go to that side. They crash with these teams early game. There's not enough vehicles for them to go in there. So that has lost like Desha and still not in place to loot yet. It's so far from where they want to go. But that is kind of their plan. Like, why else would you contest these vehicle drops around this area?
I don't know, Tarzan. I can't really tell you just yet. Yeah, it is a little bit painful indeed. But of course, we do see a few of the odd players still managing to survive the inevitable numbers there. But of course, speaking about Fate, we do see the players of Fate over in towards Hospital, a very fitting name. But unfortunately, it's not quite just yet in zone. Zone sitting just a slight tad bit over on towards that eastern side. So it's not going to be a crazy rotation required for them to get up into zone. But I'm curious to see, though, what Lusail is going to be doing. Because Lusail, they have a spot up in towards that North George region. Of course, the teams are going to be making their way and starting to trickle up into the zone itself. And, I mean, looking at School, though, School, Rozok, that could actually develop into quite an interesting position.
School has always been very interesting in PMPL Arabia, especially this season. Teams are not scared to go back again, but they adjust the split around the same pocket of the map continuously. So I love seeing that. Like, you know, Cryptics, we've seen that before. We've seen just multiple teams like wanting to control all that, and the versatility of the area allows them to play that mind game, that chess game, right? Like, it's not just that it extends to Rozok, extends to apartments, and those split compounds between there and Yasnaya, it goes as far as that, right? So but yeah, like, speaking of that part of the map and Yasnaya, we need to talk about Falcons Esports. I wouldn't say I jinxed them like in that game to DK, because it's a very unusual one, but they still are yet to find a good game today, and this is about time, because otherwise yesterday was just, you know, a one-off thing.
Who knows? Maybe it is a one-off thing. Maybe they'll just come flying in, you know, just spread their wings, ruffle some feathers as they make their way on through. Maybe find a golden egg along the way. Wait, I don't think Falcons play golden egg. Never mind, doesn't matter, whatever. YaLLa, of course, going through their their looting business up into South George. We did see our previous zone, of course, finishing up in this relative area. Of course, coming into a conclusion over in towards the fields just alongside the lovely container yard there. RICO Infinity still up in the north, holding up in towards Saverni. I'm curious to see where they're going to be going though, because I mean, we've said this before. Sometimes it's quite a bit of a, I don't really know how to put it, but you know, they struggle to find good success if they don't really need to rotate up all that far.
Okay. Showing presence. That is what they're doing, like changing it into a McLaren, then continue driving. But you know what? I don't think that's actually what he was trying to do. Is checking whether the car has more gas, and if they do, then take it. I think that's a better angle, when it comes to pro play. But yes, RICO Infinity is somehow just not so convincing when it comes to playing northern positions. I don't know why. Like, it's just very anti common sense. Like, you thought someone gets that don't need to like move that much, and you get the circle for a game like Battle Royale. Like, you want the circle keep coming to you in a way, right? But they just don't do all that well. Like when that happens, right? So, well, this is still something that we want to find out. I think eyes are on Galaxy Racers to see their bounce from that one. Eyes are on RICO Infinity when it comes to making rotations once again from a slightly easier phase one, because it's not too far from the north, but also onto Ra'ad, a team that is definitely still struggling hard.
Well, we saw the players there from Falcons, of course, now just getting everything in order. They are anticipating a few visitors to come through up in towards Yasnaya. Meanwhile, Real Tiger 9 are going to try and rotate away, trying to get ahead into the zone. But of course, they have the players there from KURD 12 right alongside them. Reaver up ahead, scouting things out, seeing what lies up ahead towards that farm direction. And Fate, as well as the players there from iKURD Triple, actually now playing on towards this western side, just rotating their way on through. YaLLa have also now started to mobilize themselves, and Lusail actually taking a very decisive rotation up along towards the northern edge, right along that coastline. And I think that's actually quite a safe play coming in from them.
Yeah, and you know what? We expect this type of stuff. Like, by this point, like, we want to see these very, very good ones, and they just go back to textbook stuff, because, like, speaking of textbook, is actually the region has evolved, DK, because like teams have been taking these textbook positions, textbook like power positions, and then they want to do textbook things, and they want to do it well. But I love it, right? Like, it's I've got that tick, like, for textbook stuff done well. But now that the scene's been evolving and improving, teams know how to avoid that. Like, you get that spot, fine, you get it, right? But we don't give you the angles to make anything out of that. And that is actually a great way. That is high level gameplay that we're looking for. And you can see time and time again, some teams play these positions and they didn't get anything out of it because other teams don't give them that.
I mean, essentially, the team's just throwing the textbook sometimes out of the window, you know? But what's interesting is when they actually start rewriting the textbooks, you know, saying like, I like what you said there, but let's maybe improve it a little bit, right? And that's definitely something we've been seeing coming in from the likes of Galaxy Racer. If we compare their performance in last season to this season, I mean, they've rewritten their own textbook. They're like, you know what? Let's do it this way. And so far, it's working out exceptionally well for them. Yes, now and again, things don't exactly go according to plan, but that's life. You know, it happens. It just goes that way. Meanwhile, we can see, of course, the players here from Revolution and the side of SUDOR just fighting it out, duking it out on the edge of the blue zone. Saif taking quite a bit of damage. That second phase blue catching up with them as well. Fortunately, it's not going to be doing too much damage, but ideally we'd like to see the players there from SUDOR get into a much stronger position, seeing that they're only the last two remaining hopefuls for the team up against potentially a full squad of Revolution.
Yeah, like, these neutral fights are just a little bit weird. Like, quick comms need to come through. They need to think about what they can't see. Well, I think that is going to be the key thing here. Like some teams are so tunneled onto one fight that they've lost tempo when it comes to the macro game. You can see like SUDOR needs to, there's a way for them to still survive this. And of course, like there's not a lot to still get when it comes to loot on that side, but there's a way to at least get 1 or 2 kills. I think like just going through compounds, you know, moving through areas when other players least expected, but they decide to take some of these fights anyway, like after that early game loss of 2 players. But speaking of losing 2 players, 2 more goes down on this side for SCYTES. So, you know what? Decent game 1, but haven't found their ground since.
I mean, Rauf, he's pretty insane with those sprays. I mean, just following them all the way through, blowing up the vehicle. I appreciate a good vehicle explosion any day of the week, right? Any day of the week. That's, to me, that's my happy place. Seeing the vehicles explode in PUBG, it's amazing. But of course now,
Terrible.
The players are going to start running out of vehicles momentarily as we see that zone getting ready to shift up once again. But we're seeing quite a bit of contention coming in towards that southwestern side. Galaxy Racer there, SCYTES, SUDOR on the approach as well as YaLLa, Revolution. Oh, the zone centering up on towards Yasnaya. I mean, if Falcons ever wanted a zone to be in their favor, this is one of those games. Like, Yasnaya just being inclusive every single time. And Falcons now, we did see a little bit of preparation coming from their side in anticipation of teams potentially moving towards them. But now, I don't think there's going to be any doubt about that anymore. Seeing just where that zone is centered up, taking in, you know, just looking at the obvious positions teams would be likely to rotate towards, this could be quite golden for the players of Falcons.
Yeah, like, I think it's really okay. An interesting car right there, and it's not the first time that we've seen it. Like, how do we get it back? Like, I think there's a way to take it. But you know what? I'm going to drop that point for now and go back to what I initially wanted to talk about. Falcons and Yasnaya. Yes, that's what you talk about. And yes, I talked about, you know, power positions. We talked about textbook play. When you hold the police station to that eastern side of Yasnaya, teams know that is very likely to be taken. They know Falcons go there for 2 seasons straight. They know the police station is strong. So would they give them anything by holding that? I don't think so. Like, so we are seeing these better teams actually avoiding giving these away, right? And Rad right now in town, and they can actually spice this up a little bit, but they are trying to engage onto more than one fight. The noise that they make and the split between the players have meant that they are down to Munir with just 30 HP.
Oh, but I mean, I'm expecting Falcons to fight Talon and Beak down to the bone. You know, they're just going to bring it in. This is their place to defend. You've pointed it out. This is where they've been dropping for 2 seasons long. And I don't see... Oh! Well, also, Marshall doesn't see Munir there from Ra'ad, just hiding as he runs right up alongside him. Finding the blows right into them, of course, with that Ra'ad get eliminated. But now, we look to see what the teams are going to do. Of course, we saw that zone still staying in and around Yasnaya. Falcons now having quite a bit of pressure, but SUDOR and Real Tiger 9 caught on this southern edge. Beautiful spray down coming in from Clever, just on point, getting the knock onto Ramk. Is he going to get that confirmed? Yes, sirree, Bob, he does. Finds the head, and with that, an easy point on board for the players there, of course, coming in from SUDOR. But now the pressure's on because Zeko, he's just set himself up in a slight bit of a potential gatekeep position up ahead. So Clever needs to be very clever as to how he decides to rotate out of that. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing the players there from SUDOR and Galaxy Racer also just making their approach up in towards zone. We're waiting in anticipation to see whether Yasnaya is going to remain in the playable area. Of course, well, the answer is yes, Tarzan.
Well, you know what? I will continue with that same point. We'll see teams very heavily onto the south and eastern side because no one wants to give Falcons anything from police station, right? Like, so that is the type of play that I actually love to see. Like, teams knowing what it means, but that also means they need to find other places to call home, know how to make the best formation in these open fields, in these neutral fights, and they need to respond to it quick. But they need to know exactly where the limits are, because before they know it, they may actually provide some sight lines for these teams around the police station. You can see Clever actually coming close to that area as well, and SCYTES giving some sight lines to Falcons in that particular spot. So not quite easy right now. The other compound on the other side contested between two top teams at the moment, and it will be Fate who takes it.
Oh, Ragnarok strikes down and, of course, puts an end to RICO Infinity. Well done, well played. I mean, it was just a matter of time until we see Fate stepping it up once again. But, of course, now, SCYTES down to 2. Razur trying to get the quick res up in towards his teammate there, Abud. Reef also going for the same kind of copy-paste approach as Ragnarok now quickly tending to the wounded, looking to get themselves back up into fighting form. But Falcons now, the team to be watching right here as they are put in a position in which they can defend Yasnaya. It is quite the vast territory to play in. So many teams still remaining in the vicinity. Galaxy Racer, of course, also going to be trying to just rotate their way on in. Raouf sneaking up against, behind rather, Helm End here. Oh, there we go, Helm End. He's been waiting. He's ready to welcome him in. Up comes the rest of Galaxy Racer now just flying into zone. Oh, rushing onto Helm End. Kalaga now trying to provide a little bit of suppressive fire, a little bit of support even. But it is signed, sealed, and delivered. Galaxy Racer are going to continue to rotate up along that western side. And ideally, this is where we would like to see the players now from iKURD Triple adapting a very similar kind of approach, getting themselves into zone and being quite careful as to not expose themselves just too much just yet. But Falcons, oh, they're going to be putting an end to Real Tiger 9 though.
It's good centering up. I mean, to adjust split is extremely important. After all, this is the key position they want to hold around Yasnaya. The key thing will be smart peeking, right? Don't overpeak, smart aggression, and knowing the limits in here. And I wouldn't be surprised for them to get a circle again, but the thing that I worry about, DK, for them is resources. Yeah, they can actually get these knocks and kills, but it's so likely that they will be in the long distance that they don't get to loot up and replenish the resources.
Yeah, that is just one of those things where, oh, it becomes quite a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, we do see Freak and Hamodi getting taken right on down. Raouf now being forced to try and play a little bit of hide and seek. Oh, Salam keeping a very watchful eye on him, and he strikes down, sending Raouf right back into the lobby. A good play coming in from the side of Lusail, but now iKURD Triple also moving in, putting the nails on through, and with that, YaLLa Esports get eliminated. Twisted Minds, though, right here alongside them. So iKURD Triple not out of the oven just yet. They might have dodged the flames, but yeah, it's not over just yet.
Wow, like Galaxy Racer with a little bit of over-rotation, to say the least. Like they can just use the next compound, right? But they want to go all the way around. But that is going to be more teams trying to do similar things. That will be iKURD Callaghan with the beautiful fire on the Mark 14. We don't see that a lot, but that delivered for sure. What will be the price though? 13 seconds before they have to move in, and their entry spot's been taken away.
Wow, that was some really quick reactions coming through, but of course now Twisted, using the little bit of information they were able to gather from that, they're now trying to get that position or that angle on towards the players here from iKURD Triple. But iKURD, they can't hang around here too long. They need to get back into zone, because we know this is 5th phase, this blue zone. It is brutal from this point moving forward, and of course iKURD S-Rod now quickly crashing up onto the compounds here. Good position to move into. They do have SUDOR as well as KURD 12, and of course the players there from Cryptics holding in the vicinity. So they need to be careful with how they play this one. But fortunately for them, they do have the safety of the buildings just to try and hide them for the time being. But this is, again, city finish. Tarzan, this is going to be quite the interesting engagement.
Very, very interesting. Like, it's really forcing these teams to play multiple styles at a time. Like, they predicted a potential open finish, and they might have, like, rationed their utilities accordingly. But going back to city is a completely different style, right? Like, vehicles, like, how do you type, like, which building you pick, right? Like, where do you get that opening not to maybe just claim 1 or 2 buildings? Like, all these things are for them to consider. You can see Falcon still holding that spot there, and Twisted Mind having a good shot stop, right, to get some info in, plan according to what they see, and play with what's in front of them.
I mean, the pressure is on. Falcons find themselves in a beautiful, beautiful position there. Of course, we're waiting to see where this next phase is going to be going as the blue zone is closing on up. But Cryptics right here alongside Lusail. Lusail now having quite a few knocks coming their way. But here we go. Falcons now striking, swooping in with the spray down as the players there from Twisted Minds are looking to push in. Meanwhile, Lusail, they do get eliminated. Twisted Minds, oh, having a bit of a tough time. Destiny getting caught in that little shack, that little garage-looking building there. But last, oh, he's going to look to try and push in. Destiny taking damage after damage. Up comes Boompa. Oh, comes in with a big Boompa, running around the corner, finds the headset with that Twisted Minds. Gets their minds twisted back into the lobby. And of course, 8 teams now remain. Falcons, Tarzan, they still looking so good.
They've got a strong position. They're very, very strong, and they are still in the circle. It's so strong that they can even send someone to that very tip on the southeastern edge to get an extra angle. Right? They've got access to these like small, security guard towers as well. And what they need to do is to keep just 1 or 2 to grab these funnel from that north side. Teams may need to be forced to go for a wide rotation. They may not take a straight way in, and they need to really catch everyone who failed to enter and crash into the northwest, and they will kill everyone. So that north heavy approach is very important, and sometimes watching a little bit of the east is key as well, because they don't get what we get to see, and then they just need to be ever so cautious. That top position is still strong. Opting to play the 2-2 split, I think, is a good chat.
Well, housekeeping is quite important, and of course now the players here from KURD 12 are going to be looking to just apply a bit of pressure up in the north. We do see the Cryptics up ahead. The grenades getting flung out in their direction. Whoa, Rio takes a little bit of damage. Manages to just slide away from the damage of that grenade. Meanwhile, Cryptics, they still need to find that path up into zone. Blue zone is closing in. Their time is running out. Oh, El Chapo with a golden grenade. Onto Golden. Marshall now using the opportunity to rush Senke, following hard on his heels, as well as El Chapo, as well as Lazy Boy. But up comes the players there actually now from the KURD squad, using the exact same opportunity to move in. Senke getting picked up in the process.
Oh no.
Cryptics. Lost Boy, Lazy Boy gets taken down. Clever gets obliterated as Ali comes through with a beautiful spray. But it is now all on the board for Falcons. They have an absolutely phenomenal position within the zone. Beautiful spray, 2-2 split coming in there from them. They're covering so many different angles. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby are all fighting it out, trying to get on in, and never alone. Just reminds Rio that he is never alone. There's always someone watching and getting ready to follow through with a beautiful spray down.
It's a hard one for Cryptics as well. They try to get engaged by multiple sides too much, like 2 nades to really hold down that push. KURD squad in the area will burn that one down. I was told that the melting point of gold isn't too high when I was in school, and that was exactly true. And that is real. Still, last one standing can still grab that. Maybe revive, very, very important. Never alone will continue to deliver the pain.
I mean, Falcons, they are just cleaning the lobby out. 13 kills on board. Insane stuff. Of course, never alone. Just holding on to that position up on the roof. But here we go. Boompa alongside him. They're trying to get the spray down in. Rio, once again now being forced to try and get that res in towards Golden. The grenades are getting sent in their direction. The zone shifts up in favor of Falcons once again. Wow, they have just been blessed by the PUBG gods. But now El Chapo there for the side of Cryptics, holding on down below. KURD squad still just also trying to inch their way forward. Unknown trying to explore a little bit further, trying to see if he can find that rotational path in. Up comes iKURD triple, just inching their way on through. Unknown tries to now also put a little bit of a pressure point onto the place here from KURD 12. But Aram right there alongside the edge of the wall. Oh, El Chapo. Oh, never alone is on fire here, Tarzan.
Yes, and you know what? Like Falcons in this position, they can actually get so much. But the key thing would be other teams knowing that their presence is so strong and maybe not giving them the angles that they need. But teams are also busy fighting each other, so that's is where Falcons can come in to take even more, down to a 4v2 right now practically, and that is one of the biggest wins that we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah,
Not
this
there
is
yet,
absolutely
potentially.
golden. Yeah, but this is golden for Falcons, though. You gotta say, I mean, they are just playing this one so beautifully. KWT, of course, getting knocked down below and getting thirsted. The players here from iKURD Triple looking to make a bit of a push. It is up to Esrod and Ali to try and bring it in. We can see Never Alone just down below last now, trying to be the last one on the roof. Will he be able to make it? The only two teams remaining, though, Tarzan. Here we go. iKURD Triple and Falcons. Falcons looking pretty good. Oh, last gets spotted. The shots come through. Never Alone. He's down on the ground floor. The blue zone is swooping on in. Bomba gets up to strike, finds the hit into Esrod. This could be very much in the bag. And of course, Never Alone picks up a nice bit of spray. But here we go. One player remains. Will this be the finishing blow? Oh, Ali. Come on, come on. Oh, yes, yes. A little bit more. Up comes Falcons, looking to tighten the grip, moving in on Ali, and they find it. Beautifully played. Never Alone lands the finishing blow, and 18 kills on the board for Falcons. I mean, we were waiting to see Falcons bounce back, and man, Tarzan, they delivered.
Probably one of the biggest wins. Like 3.3k damage almost. And you know what? Let's look at the tables because I can't wait to see how big of a gap they've made. Just from those points in that single game, that is at least double of the second place. Right. So that gives me a lot of confidence for, wouldn't say a lot of confidence, but they have really escaped from the very worrying type of teams, DK, because when the zone's given to them, they can at least execute. Like, not a lot of teams can do that. Yeah, you get the circle, you get like zones and strong buildings. They don't always deliver. We talked about how tricky that can be. Everyone knows that they're holding that particular building, so it's kind of mentally prepared for these other teams to escape from that. But Falcons delivered anyway.
Well, we could see that preparation coming through from Falcons already in those early stages. I mean, they went through the looting phase and then started to migrate a little bit further over into a more fortifiable position. And they just capitalized on that. I mean, the rest of the lobby, they had such a challenging time. I mean, the only team that was potentially close to the amount of kills they were able to find was, of course, the side of Cryptics, who found 7 kills. I mean, Falcons, they just obliterated the competition. So absolutely amazing play coming in from them. SUDOR also, as we saw, finishing on 5. And Galaxy Racer finding 4 kills in that game. So again, it's a decent amount of kills, but not the most ideal placement points for them. But, we got to take into consideration they are like 100 points ahead. So I mean, they've already put in a lot of work to ensure that they are in the lead and by an insane amount of points. So,
yes,
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But MVP, that's, of course, who we've got to look at. And, I mean, this is Falcons just dominating this. Never Alone. This chap was on fire in this game.
Well, very important play for them. Like, I know they can use momentum. Well, that's kind of what they did yesterday, but they were never so good, like with momentum that they could take a win. But here we go, like one huge game. Like, this is much needed because that was disappointing from last week. Not really the case now in this one. And they are joining back into kind of the pack, right? Because they were out of it. They were an outlier. It was so disappointing week 1 that like teams can literally get that amount of points in 2 games. Like for Galaxy Racer, potentially 1 game, and we've seen it last season, right? 22, 23 kills. But yes, they are still comfortably at the top, and multiple teams still within the range to surpass each other from 1 decent game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of focus for teams like RICO Infinity and Fate to actually catch up with Galaxy Race. It's going to have to be like a collective effort to try and halt that advance. Because I'm afraid if these teams don't watch Galaxy Race is going to run away. they are just going to run away. And I mean, some insane plays, but of course, it's good to see the players there from Falcons now managing to find an absolutely banger of a game, advancing themselves, as you mentioned, back into the group, coming into that 12th position, surpassing the players there from NASA. But now, of course, we look to see whether or not SUDOR and SCYTES will still be able to get the job done in our 2 remaining games. It is potentially doable, but they're going to have absolutely phenomenally consistent games coming into these next 2 matches. So it's going to be exciting to see just where exactly they'll end up after today's games. But so far, I mean, the past 3 games we've been watching has been absolutely entertaining. So beautiful, amazing bit of a PUBG action coming through there. But we are getting ready to look at our 3rd page. And of course, on that, we will see the players there from Avia, Road to Glory, Revolution, as well as Ra'ad. Again, still waiting to see that performance come through from Revolution as well as Ra'ad. I mean, Revolution, they've been able to gather a few more points, but nothing miraculous just yet.
It's still a little bit painful to watch. Like, they were up there. They were starting, like, when we started yesterday, they were the team that looking the best. And they were the team that did kind of the best, like, in those 2 days of league play in week 2. But consistency is always, you need to be consistently consistent, right? Like 2 days, 8 games were not enough. And whatever they had, bringing into here wasn't enough. It might be just enough, for the first phase of yesterday, day 1. But we talk about it. This is a particular set of preparation. These exact 16 teams for these 15 games, 3 days, same format. Can they nail it? Can they adapt to that? That's the question. And seems like they are struggling.
Man, I mean, competition is called competition for a reason. It's difficult, it's tough, and it's a mental game aside from just a skill-based game. And of course, speaking of that, we're gonna have to look and see what the teams are gonna be bringing into our Sanhok matches. That is a map that allows the teams to get down and aggressive, but they also get punished quite a considerable bit for any of those small little mistakes that could find its way on through. But before we get into that, we are going to be jumping into a quick break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back in a short few minutes.
Mr. DJ.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2 Super Weekend number 2. But before we want to get into that, any of the action, of course, we've got to remind the viewers of No Live, PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. Now, Tarzan, 4 games down, 3 games down, 3 games down. Yes, 3 games done and dusted. And we got to be moving into a little bit of Sanhok action. Now, we've seen the teams really stepping up. I mean, Falcons, they just played an absolutely beautiful game coming into this last Erangel game. Now, as we move in towards Sanhok, we know this is the map that allows teams really to try and make up on the aggression side if they missed out on a few kill points or whatever the situation is. Are we expecting to see any major aggressive shows of power coming through in this game?
Very, very hard to say. Like, there's 2 teams I'm definitely looking out for, right? RICO Infinity took the chicken dinner on Sanhok yesterday with 16 kills. That was pretty nuts. And they did it in a very nice way. Sweep through from the northern side into that finish close to the Bootcamp Hill. But you know what? The other team that really played around the area early as well, but a team that hasn't got that much juice so far, is Real Tiger 9. They basically dropped on the start of Revolution around Trifecta, worked their way through, worked the kills, worked that power position, and then they slowly came in. But you know what? They may not get to play that game, like if the circle's different. But of course, like when it comes to drops, it's quite predictable. Like we always say in that early game, is a small map.
Well, we'll have to see exactly what they're going to be able to do with that information. Of course, as we know also on Sanhok flight path, it doesn't matter all too much. It's more of a surprise to see what that zone is going to bring and what the teams do in anticipation of that. So, I mean, this is definitely still, I'm waiting for the players from KURD 12 to step up and bring in a winner-winner chicken dinner. Maybe Sanhok is the map on which they do that because, again, they're still sitting up alongside a lot of the teams who have had those winner-winner chicken dinners. And the same, of course, going for Real Tiger 9. But looking at Real Tiger's performance so far today, yeah, I'm not... yeah, it's a little bit shaky. I'm not 100% convinced just yet, but who knows? You know, there's still 2 games left. They could potentially step up and prove me wrong and surprise me. I'm hoping for that, you know, hoping that kind of happens. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly what the teams have in store for us. And I mean, I always appreciate a good amount of Sanhok action, you know, coming in. We've seen some surprise performances, as you've mentioned. RICO Infinity coming in with an insane amount of kills in our previous Sanhok. So let's see who will be the next team to step it up and amaze us with their Sanhok skills, their snaking action, and of course, you know, down into the sweaty jungle we go. But here we are, right on the flight path already. You can see the players, they can't even wait to get into the action. They're already making their way down to the ground. And now we just need to see what that zone is going to be bringing. Paradise, of course, right up ahead of us here. No idea who this is that's jumping, but, well, that turns out to be RICO Infinity.
And you know what? Like, we'll leave them for now because we are having that boot camp fight again. We talked about it yesterday, DK. We talked about, you know, maybe both these teams not having the best league play because they've been, you know, spending those 8 games, which involve 50% of Sanhok fighting in boot camp. But you know what? It's good training. I think it's, at this point, personal. It's an ego thing. You don't back away. I feel like this happens as well. Like last season for Galaxy Racer, they never backed away from there. But here comes the test for Falcons. They've got one of the biggest wins, right? And they're now against a team that's basically been hunted down for a few games now. Like SUDOR wants to get them, you know, for 2 games around Gatka, and now they are hot dropping like in Hartin, and yeah, like tricky one to get out of, to say the least. But that is Falcons, especially with the momentum, and that is the opening not coming through.
Well, the pressure is on. I mean, they're still rolling off of the adrenaline coming in in the previous match. But now, let's see what they get to do last. Getting the first kill. 2 words fitting quite nicely into the sentence there. But here we go now. QHT looking to move on in. Oh, the pressure is on Falcons. They look like they're here to prove a point. I mean, they look to show that, you know, they are a team to watch. Of course, just looking at the way that they are approaching this engagement, showing good confidence, good communication between the team. But will they be able to pull it off now? Never Alone and Boompa again moving up as a unit on the one side. Oh, they've spotted QHT. Here we go. Are they going to try and rush and breach? Yes, yes, yes. Here we go. The shots come through. And with that, of course, QHT gets eliminated. Beautiful knock right on in. The rest of the team also still suffering a very similar fate. But now it is up to Smoker and Naive to try and bring it in. Falcons just moving up so aggressively.
But Smoker got that kill though. He got that trait from the side, and so he found that spot to really stop the flanker. But you know what? After all, this is Falcons with the aggression, the preparation in that early phase with those eyes on, you know, that I button, making sure all those enemies are on that side. Just completely ignore the rest of Heartin. They just work towards the side that can get them these early kills. 2 for 1 right now. There's more work to be done, but with the M249, it can be possible from the side of Naive.
Just got to time those reloads to perfection. And of course, Falcons now looking to try and apply the pressure as they get ready to move. DBS, M249, that is a deadly combo. Beautiful continuation of a fight there. And of course, some deadly sprays coming through, but Smoker now getting caught on the outside. He is getting rushed. Falcons looking to apply the pressure. Never Alone moves up. Boompa finds the head onto Smoker though. Never Alone follows through with the confirm, and now the pressure is on. It is up to the last remaining hopeful there. Naive to try and bring it in. Falcons now starting to encircle him. But will they be able to move in? He has that DPS and that M249, so that could actually still be a game changer.
Hey, you know what? Could have been, for sure. And you can see Falcons got the control down. Like, they've got the self-control is what I'm talking about. They could have, you know, really over-push that one person, but they will eliminate. They are so good in that fight to single out those who were split away, right? But also being very aware of the defensive angles when they're down to that one person. Very quick decision to decide is not a 2v1 them with one Overwatch. They want to all push through, and they made it count. And but yes, it could have been a very, very good one, but you know, like, not quite enough. Maybe next time. So Falcons first squad wipe coming through, and this is not new at this point. Real Tiger 9 did this yesterday. They got back up to Bootcamp Hill, but that vehicle is a little bit too exposed now. Like, that itself is enough to show YaLLa Esports and the rest of Bootcamp that they are there, as well as losing some tires, to be fair.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, Ida keeping a very watchful eye on that southern position in which we see Real Tiger 9, but Twisted Minds, they're playing this one so cautiously. They're just holding, sitting, observing, gathering information, waiting for those opportunities to come. And I mean, they could actually play a beautiful strategy right here. YaLLa caught on a bit of a difficult one because they're trying to focus on Real Tiger 9 on the hill, as well as the team right there alongside them. So I'm curious to see exactly what is going to come from this. We do see Ida just down below, kind of playing with Kappa Yaxi. Kappa Yaxi now, of course, slightly disengaging from that play there. Let's see now. Will YaLLa look to apply the pressure onto the place here from Twisted Minds, or are they going to try and focus on Real Tiger in the south?
I feel like the key thing is really to win Bootcamp first, whilst keeping maybe one guy to make sure Real Tiger 9s are not third-partying. Like, I think that's the key thing, because with that distance between either of the Bootcamp teams and the side of Real Tiger 9, there's no real way to really get a kill. Right, you can burn through all their meds, but it shouldn't be the case. Like, for at this level of play, like, you don't keep challenging shots if you don't have the resources to really heal back up after that. So unless you make a huge positional error, you can't really get finished, like, from that position as well. And you keep playing loud, then it actually could be the teams outside of these three teams who just got interested to come into the area because of those audio cues. So like we don't know like whether they can switch it up. I believe it's important for them to know the consequences of the way that they are playing. And the boot camp hill is really those positions that you can cause some death upon yourself. But KURD 12 here coming close to this eastern Pinon Hill, and not easy to get up. There's a very typical spot to first stop and look, and Ryu needs to just use his map knowledge, may make use of his teammates as well to come in, because Fate definitely set up right here.
Yeah, I mean, we see Fate, they dropped all the way down in towards that Camp Charlie position, rotated up in towards zone, crossing over the bridge. And now they're just holding on the interior there. Of course, the players from K12, we did see them dropping all the way over in towards the docks and also making their way up slowly but surely. Meanwhile, up in a more centralized position, we have the players from RICO, Infinity, and KURD squad. Now just trying to exchange a few shots. We can see Bootcamp just there alongside them over on towards the western front. But this is going to be quite a few ranged attacks. A slow, steady approach in this early phase of the game. Of course, that second phase about to come in. But some good awareness coming in from RICO Infinity. I'm liking the way that they're playing this whole region. They're paying a lot of attention to the surrounding areas. So not looking to put themselves in any vulnerable positions just yet. Meanwhile, we do see the players here from Fate actually now striking down onto KURD 12. Golden, again, one of the first players for KURD 12 to get knocked on down. I don't know if that's maybe a thing, but here we go now. Aimbot trying to bring in a little bit of support there as the players from Fate move up. Ooh, that grenade was almost beautiful. Up comes yet another response. Ragnarok inching his way forward. Aimbot holding up alongside the tree. Cooks up the grenade, sends it over. Overshoots. Very fortunate for Aimbot, but the molly doesn't miss. Here we go. The rush coming through. Fate now looking to tighten their position. Oh, Rio finding himself in a little bit of a tricky spot. But he able to get it done, though. Ooh.
And man, you know what? Like, that is Fate not striking at the best time, and that is Ryu having his skills as well as game sense. They were patient enough to do this, and Fate did not make it through. The last player are just crawling on the outside. Ragnarok needs to be a god in order to take this one. Good headshot coming through, but won't be enough. That is a great team fight to break down.
Yeah.
You are in a position to basically allow these teams to first come through and force them to go into unresettable area. But the trigger discipline is not there, and you can see the side of Rio just very aware. Took 1 minute to plan out that push. Send that car in instead of himself. He's been watching, so he got that bait through. They got the info, the answers to their questions, and then Fate just want to push towards one of the strongest positions that people can use, third-person peek, as just TPP and then reactive move, and they just completely choked it. They got themselves completely out of the strongest position in that segment just because they got that opening knock and they want to get more.
Yeah, I don't know. That went quite a bit sideways for the players there of Fate. I mean, you got to give it though. That was an absolutely beautiful play coming in from KURD 12. Already 4 kills on board. They handled that so beautifully. I mean, they just played it to their strengths and just stayed calm, just reacted accordingly. But now, of course, I'm actually liking this position we see here for Real Tiger 9. We know they like to play on this mountaintop, right? But they're also slightly trolling the players there down over in towards Bootcamp, as we can see the shots come up from Twisted Mind as well as YaLLa in their direction. But now, as we move on, we do see the players here from Lusail actually pretty close to Falcons. And our Falcons, they've already lost 1 player, but they need to be so careful because Lusail, if they time this one well, they could actually get up and cause quite a bit of damage to the side of Falcon.
Yeah, and you hit the nail like on there, like for sure. Lusail, last time round, it's the same situation. They got onto these rocks, they need to rotate in, like kind of trail behind Falcons. They did not find the best time to do that. Like, yes, going through these big rocks are very tricky. Like, you can't really use your vehicles well. Like, if you don't prep them well, it's very hard to find, you know, a great way to park it as well. But this is also Falcons tripping a little bit. Like, this happened again and again, and they still do not respect this angle coming from Lusail as a team that always drop to their northwest. So this is, basically some basic slipping for this team that's got the potential and the momentum so far.
Well, we have to wait and see what exactly Lusail is going to do. They have the numbers advantage. Not quite sure that all 4 of the players are on the edge of that cliff. No, yep, there we go. We do see Salam and Wanted holding off much further away. But of course, the zone is getting ready to shift up once again. Galaxy Racer, of course, pushing through Painan right up behind the players there from SCYTES. The zone centers up on towards Bootcamp and the Trifecta. And this is where Raad and SUDOR now find themselves in actually quite the favorable spot with regards to the Trifecta itself. And I'm curious to see, though, where the players from Falcons, Lusail, as well as the Cryptics are going to be looking to rotate. RICO Infinity coming in on the top of the hill up in towards the north there of Bootcamp. Real Tiger still holding on to the southern mountain. Oh, but Falcons are coming under fire as the players from Cryptics fire away all the way across the water.
It's a little bit weird when it comes to what they're trying to do. Yes, they might not have the vehicles, and they definitely have lost one player earlier in Hartin, but coming into here, when this is clear, you kind of want to progress closer to the next bit of this coastline, right? You want to work your way to the south. It's likely that you need to go there. It's more resettable. It's closer to the choke spots. It's closer to the crossing point between that and boot camp. But they just stay around here, and it's not the first time for Falcons to not work their way in when they are in a position to get a particular control in a segment of the map, right? So that was heartbreaking to see. Like, it's macro once again being the issue for this team, and Painan's still important. We're waiting for the shifts. Like, it's going to be quite insane because teams have found a place to feel comfortable, and they've tried to play loud. And this is the beauty of Sanhok. You need to think, why do I actually need to shoot in the first place? And with the shifts coming in, blue zone always does a lot of damage. So Galaxy Racer is actually not respecting this one. And you know what? This is the trap from SCYTES, and that is a juicy, juicy booster of confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Abud, he just sat there, waited for Galaxy Racer Rauf to just come venturing into his trap, and well, yeah, just managed to strike in the nick of time. But of course, now the pressure is on. Galaxy Racer fairly split up, actually, looking at their position within the zone. We see Freak and Hamodi holding all the way over in towards Painan. Lord, of course, right up alongside the players here from SCYTES. So I'm curious to see just whether or not they're going to look to condense that position. Of course, the players here from Falcons also going to try and still make a bit of a play. We did see a few shots come through from Lusail as well as the Cryptics. But now we have a little bit of a trifecta fight coming on through. Falcons now need to rotate into zone. Blue zone is forcing their hand, not leaving them with much options. And I mean, SUDOR, I'm surprised that they actually didn't strike at that rotation of Raad moving up on towards that bootcamp side of the island.
Well, it's going to be tricky. We always say, to shoot or not to shoot, right? Like, when it comes to Sanhok, like, that is one of the biggest questions to ask, and you need to find they need to have the IQ to answer it based on your shot calling, because we've got circles like this, and before you know it, you have given away info that can cause you to your death in the next phase. Like, if the enemies know how to capitalize on that information. So right now, SUDOR need to get up onto the hill, or they can rotate to the other side, but that call should have been made, and a lot of that call is based on how much they know or they've been giving away. And this time, for this side, SCYTES are going to have a very nice fight with Galaxy Racer. I'm quite sure one's got more information, the other didn't. And it's also iKURD triple with this very good trap right here, and that will be the test number 2 for KURD 12.
Man, that was a beautiful reaction coming in from the side there of iKURD triple, but of course now it ain't over just yet. We did see a strong play coming in from the players there of KURD 12. They are able to hold their own in these engagements, but they need to be so careful, because we have KURD squad also just off on the side. But up comes the spray. KURD 12 finds it up into iKURD triple. Ali getting taken down. We do see Kalaga and Helm End, of course, just up ahead of them. Oh, there we go. Finds the confirm. Nice. But will Riva now be able to move on in? They do have a few knocks on their side, a few casualties, but of course they can still tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, Helmand gets picked right on up as KURD squad come rotating in. Beautiful third-party play come in from them. Of course, full team still in play here. We do see Kalaga down below, and there we go. Riva finds the finishing blow, and finally we have that KURD fight that I was hoping for. It is KURD 12, it is iKURD, and of course the KURD squad all going at each other's throats over on towards this eastern side of the zone. Who's going to be the team to be victorious here? Don't know just yet, but of course the players here from KURD squad looking pretty good. They still have all 4 players up. Now we move on. Galaxy Racer trying to rotate past the team here of SCYTES. Falcons meanwhile get eliminated, and Razur strikes right into Freak, Hamodi, and Lord. Now using the opportunity to get back up into safety, but of course the shots flying right in their direction. KURD 12 also come crashing into the party, but they get welcomed in with open barrels. Abud swooping in from behind. Real Tiger 9 also just lying in wait, still on the top of the hill, but now Ghost, oh, taking damage. It is not looking too great for the side of SCYTES here. Will Ghost be able to find enough heals there? I mean, this is going to be a pretty tough one, Tarzan.
Yeah, very, very tough. It will be a heal strat, like there's no question for that. It's going to get quite painful after this one. And I want to see a crazy circle, and we have one. And it's going to be actually not the craziest. I think it's crazy not when it comes to landmass. It's about what these teams need to worry about. It's about how Lusail's on the other side, but it's not even done yet on Bootcamp Hill. It's the 2Ps on this side, but Jigsaw just fails to deliver even more. KURD squad stays strong, but what will they get out of this? Is still a lot of rotation, a huge distance that they need to make through.
They're also got to pay attention to the damage being dealt by the blue zone. Of course, now the players here from KURD squad are going to be looking to still capitalize on the position up in the blue. Not sure for how much longer they are able to survive here. We do see Ghost there from the side of SCYTES now applying a bit of a heal strat. We've got 11 teams still remaining. Real Tiger 9 now advancing back up into zone. RICO Infinity, meanwhile, are going to be laying down the fire onto the players there from the Cryptics. 11 teams, 27 players. Some pretty tough positions, but this is turning to be looking to potentially be a pretty good play for the players there of RICO Infinity, as they have a decent spot up in the north. But of course now, Senke gets taken right on down as Vigors comes through with that M249. Just blazing his way back up into towards zone, but they need to be careful. YaLLa still holding into bootcamp, so both Twisted Mind and YaLLa not disengaging from this bootcamp position. Lord also making his way in, coming in from the south, but there we go. Bandar spots Kaito up in the window. Yusuf right up ahead. Twisted Minds, they have numbers to their advantage, but will YaLLa be able to deal the necessary damage and just make some quick work there of them? Of course, 2 players remains for the side of YaLLa. You can see Kaito just on the edge. Oh, it's waiting for that reload to come through, but Bandar gets hit with a third-party hit, as well as RICO Infinity swoops in from behind. Head-on actually looking to strike. Up comes Kaito, and the players here from Twisted Minds stealing the kill away from RICO Infinity, but Yusuf coming under pressure. Down he goes. YaLLa sent back into the lobby. RICO Infinity now looking to swoop in and potentially clean some houses. Let's see, will they be able to get it done? SCYTES, off they go, getting eliminated. Ghost not being able to keep up with the blue zone damage. 6 teams remain. 2 teams, potentially 3 teams on the east. The remaining players there all situated over on towards this western side. It is Raad and Lusail going toe-to-toe. Will they be able to get it done? Munir getting knocked out. Lusail now getting caught on the edge of the blue, but Wanted fortunately managing to cross the waterway. Here we go. RICO Infinity and Twisted Minds now getting into a bit of engagement. Blue zone is closing in. They need to reposition, relocate. Will they be able to get into a strong position?
Very tricky one. Like, RICO Infinity did not make many moves before the zone actually touches them, and Lusail actually was allowed to cross. That is pretty nuts if you do ask me. And not knowing how to play Silent will be getting at least 6 placement points for Galaxy Racer, and that is actually RICO Infinity did not getting pushed away, but those smokes may get run out. Is going to be fights within and across boot camp, and that is going to be phase 7, ladies and gentlemen. 30 seconds to go, but I think the action just start right now.
Oh, with that, of course, Lords gets picked up. RICO Infinity now striking with the third parties on towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds now getting pinned down on the edge right here in this little doorway. This could be pretty golden for RICO Infinity if they play this one beautifully. Reva, meanwhile, there from KURD 12, just sneaking up, trying to get up towards zone. The spray down is going to come through. RICO Infinity, third party peeking. Destiny just up ahead, tries to get the jump shot, but it backfires. Oh, I hope there's no one too close to him just yet. But here we go. SK now. Looking to see if we can just peek out from behind that wall to get the spray down. But meanwhile, Salam coming in on the off angle. Ooh, it's a beautiful angle actually on the plays here from RICO Infinity. Oh, focuses on Anas. Oh, but Anas quick to react. Finds the hit. Reva's still alive, but well, not for much longer as he gets taken right on down. Wanted. Now also just caught out on the edge of the blue Salam, trying to inch his way back into zone. But Dami, Destiny, and Kaito are going to be looking to bring it home. Up comes Kaito on us. Still looking to do a bit of a spray there. Oh, there we go. SK picks up a beautiful knock. It is now a 1v2. Nobody comes in. Nas goes down. It is up to SK to try and bring it home. Wanted. Still holding on. Sadat for Raad. Still alive. What is going on?
YaLLa, what the heck was that? It was a 2v4 by them, and that is actually the window for both players to come in, and that is just making it in, and they will find each other. Lusail with the split bets will make it work. Can SK continue to deliver? The duo, they can't find it, and that's the knock. What the heck is going on? But that will be Anas finding that one after all. RICO Infinity team in the middle of all the arguably sloppiness, just got that one. Like I need to go fix my head after that one. It's just so like weird in a way, but it was a lot of good small things in between, but things are missing as well. Like RICO Infinity can make that so much easier. For example, a low toss, like something like that. But that's the pressure of the Pro League DK, and it can just get you. And you can see that I just feel for them as well. The final moments, it's borderline hilarious, but they wrapped up a very important one. And you know what? They won this one after yesterday's Sanhok as well.
Yeah. I mean, RICO Infinity, when it comes to Sanhok, they've just got something that clicks for them. And regardless of how awkwardly weird the finishing phases of the zone is, I mean, well done. RICO Infinity picking up the winner chicken dinner, of course, finishing strong on 9 kills. So let's head over onto our match results, match rankings, to see how many points the teams were able to bring in. Of course, RICO Infinity finishing off on 20 for Lusail, and Twisted Mind having a little bit of a stumble in that last zone, that last phase, but finishing on 16 points apiece. Well done. Of course, the players there from Raad coming in on a very comfortable 15 pointers. And then, of course, KURD 12. Not exactly a chicken dinner, but hey, 12 points. It's already in their name. And now they just get the points to go alongside with that.
Galaxy Racer as well. It was not easy, like in the way that they fought themselves in. And it's really just starting to see something worrying for me for this team. Like, yes, they have a good read of the map, but sometimes that so-called like more prepared plan B on rotation is not coming through. There's a bit too often now to see them using some blind crashes, like driving through crazily packed areas, and that's definitely a point where they can work through, right? But on that second page, SCYTES getting 5 points, not too bad, coming in, and SUDOR, of course, with some aggression that we've been seeing, and they couldn't get the trap work this out like this time around, like because yesterday we saw Raad getting trapped, like coming in, but this time around it was Raad closer to the trifecta and closer to Bootcamp Hill, and they made it so much better this time around. But Fate Esports have been having such a tough day. Like, it's almost 2 games to at least of 0 points. Like, I don't know, but it's not been great, and they have definitely been surpassed by RICO Infinity team.
Yeah, it is a little bit worrying. I mean, as we can see here, of course, Fate finding that lovely bubble, as Max would say. But let's move in to see who our MVP is, picking it right back on up. And of course, we move in, we see Anas. No surprise, RICO Infinity representing up in the top of the MVP board here. Of course, we have Hiranas here as well, and then of course Vigors coming in with a bit of a cheeky play there. 3 kills, 565 damage. Of course, Anas on 6 kills, 559 damage. And then Hidan, no kills, but 699 damage. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Pretty sad for him. Like, so I'll call him Fadan, like definitely an F, like in that situation. But you know, it's a team effort, right? And they made it through. That's the most important. Like, we've been thinking they are shaky, and it's very actually like peculiar in a way, like how they get all these points, because every time I want to grill them for their Erangel, which is the most important map in this tournament, grill them for like northern zones for their very northern position, they somehow get some of these points like here and there, not particularly in that particular time that I put the point across, but you know what, great game by them, and they are back into second place in that top spot, looking a bit like last season. Still this squad, Galaxy Racer and RICO Infinity leading the charts.
Well, of course, RICO Infinity trying their bestest to try and catch up with Galaxy Racer. Still a 90-point difference coming through in favor of Galaxy Racer. But of course, Fate, they're still up there. They're still in third place. I mean, yes, this was the second match of the day in which they had a nice, lovely 0 come through for them. But we've seen Fate have the ability to bounce back. Just hoping to see that more consistently, of course. And Lusail and the players there from KURD squad also just holding strong. I mean, iKURD actually getting moved all the way down into 7th. They were in 5th moving into the previous game. So, yeah, quite a bit of a surpassing coming through for the teams behind them. But, I mean, YaLLa also still managing to hold on to that 8th position, so staying in the top page. And as we move on to the second one, Twisted Minds now just swapping places back again with the players there from Cryptics. Real Tiger still in the same spot, Falcons as well. But also, we're still waiting to see, SUDOR and SCYTES moving up beyond Triple Vibes and potentially even the side there of NASA.
There's still a chance. I think they are finding like a better like tempo, like entering different segments, and you can see the preparations coming through as well. SCYTES a little bit too reliant on the zone going their way as well, just playing some edge position that is hard to. They don't have a very smooth transition into playing a slightly more center position, maybe from phases 4 and 5. They're still relying on these like outskirts spots. So that is something that just is my opinion. And but you can see teams who can transition into center very nicely, and not just a basic edge and center. It's not as simple as that. It's very landscape specific. It's the understanding of the particular buildings, and Galaxy Racer does that style very well. And when they actually play edge, so in the early half, they actually try to sweep everything, right? And that's why they continuously get these kills as well. So, but bottom of the table, Rad finally an important game. And yes, 30 points so far in 9 games, but that game itself given them half of those 30 points. So they need a lot more. That they cannot just rely on these occasional double-digit points, DK.
Yeah, that is the part that is quite important. But of course, we did see all the placement points coming through in that last performance, and it's really working out great for them. The 5 kill points coming in, but what's more important is the 10 placement points they were able to find in from that. So a good effort coming in from Ra'ad. Of course, we've got one more match to go to see what the teams are looking to bring to the table. And speaking about tables, we are going to be taking a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you right back after in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Season 2 Super Weekend number 2. This, of course, is almost time for our final match of the day, game number 5. But before we get into that, of course, we're going to look at some upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa Esports in 2021. I gotta say, I like that last piece, Africa Esports. I mean, it makes me feel very proud, you know. But we are here on the Middle East Esports side now, getting ready to jump into our 5th match of the day. Of course, it's going to be seeing us move all the way back on towards Erangel. Now, Tarzan, we did see some crazy, insane, awkwardly weird finishes coming in on Sanhok in this last match.
Yeah.
But no surprise, RICO Infinity came out with a winner chicken dinner against all odds. But now, as we get ready to move into our final match of the day, are we expecting to see anything interesting, anything crazy?
See, that's okay. I feel like it's been a bit too much for Galaxy Racer. I mean, too much as in like the dominance that they've been showing, right? If they don't make it through this last game decently, is basically them falling flat. And that, to me, is a surprise. Like, we don't expect anything less from them. But you know what? Now that I actually digest my own point, I feel like even if it's the worst game that we've seen from them, let's say terrible team fight, terrible macro, I still aren't like really worried about them tomorrow because they are just that type of team. Like you can't really like knock them out, knock them down. So I just want to see good PUBG. Like that's it. Like a different type of circle. We've got very interesting series of circles from a very short Miramar game to a very specific game 3 on Erangel that heavily favors the Falcons. So just give me something new, I would say, and definitely watching the side of Ra to see whether they can, use some secondary spots. Maybe I mean they went to school, but we need a little bit more. Yeah, and SUDOR maybe trying to play that Gatka plan again. Worked out okay the first time around. Second time did not work out at all. Third time, third chance. Let's see whether they can make it work.
Well, we've had a western zone, we've had an eastern zone, finishing on either side of the map. But now, of course, we need one to go south, I guess. I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind. I'm not going to put my order in, but, if it happens, I wouldn't be dissatisfied at all whatsoever. But, of course, we have to wait and see exactly what that flight path and zone is going to bring in to the table. And, I mean, if we look back at what we've seen in our previous days, of course, coming into this final match, if we look back to, for instance, yesterday, that was the game in which we saw YaLLa step up with that winner chicken dinner. And speaking about chicken dinners and winners, here we are making our way into our final match. The flight path coming in from the western side, traveling alongside the river, heading in the direction of Multa Power. We can see off in the distance there. Wow, that was actually pretty spot on. But of course, yes, a very decent flight path. I mean, I was guesstimating the destination there, I gotta say, if I'm honest, but we have to wait and see.
It's my favorite game.
Guessing.
You play it very well.
You know what? Like, I learned from you. Yeah.
You know what? I've been scared of playing that game because I've been a bit terrible when it comes to looking at the exact direction, right? But for this plane path, we have a lot of comfort for these teams. Yeah, like we've got a lot, I'd say. Like, yes, if there's anything, it will be for KURD squad to find some cars like to the north of Lipovka so that they can go to Stalberg Kameshki. But for many of these squads, not a huge issue. So we want to look at that phase 1 circle, which should pop in a short while.
Hey!
And I'd say, you know what, we are still there. There's still a chance that it can go south. It's definitely not as harsh as the one that we got yesterday, though.
I mean, it is just a little bit further away from where we had our first match finish. We still kind of have that zone where the second Erangel finished in. It's still kind of in play. I think we have to wait and see when that second phase pops to get a little bit more of a more decisive indication as to where exactly the zone could be heading. But I gotta say, this is actually quite satisfying, right? The teams are not dropping too close together, aside from, of course, Riva there from KURD 12, who just got taken out, but also Lord was exploring a little bit in the meanwhile. So no surprise really, but I'm curious to see though, like, once the teams have gotten through their looting phase, what exactly they're going to bring in with regards to rotation. I think we'll only be able to get a good estimate of that once that second phase is actually popped.
Yeah, and you know what? Like KURD 12, one of the reasons why they have not been taking, these chicken dinners yet, as one of the teams, like from the top 10. They're the only team out of the top 10 who hasn't gotten any kills yet. And you know why? Like, they have died. I couldn't say this is all the reason, right? But it gets factored in. They keep coming into this area where Galaxy Racer do this textbook, grabbing vehicles on the outskirts of Pachinki first before coming in, and they just keep getting killed. Just do not contest around there. They go to that southern coastal line. It's so rich in vehicle. Like, it's that main road that bridges that part of the map all the way towards farm. There's no need to really contest that. And you know what? Like the early skills we talk about, yeah, like 360 with the I button and all that stuff needs to come in essential. And they need to stop dying like that. It's the second game that they've lost a player like that. It's a third or fourth time in the tournament against the same team. If you do not expect a different result by doing the same thing, you are, you know,
According to
a bit
definition.
insane. According to definition,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah, we have to put in
painful.
the prefix there.
Yes,
You know,
yes, that's true.
yeah. The disclaimer. Yes. It's like, so according to the dictionary, that's what it means. But, you know, like, who knows? We've seen teams try the same thing time and time again with differing results.
Yes.
So who knows? Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. We don't know. We'll have to see. But I gotta give it though to Mr. Lord there. That timing with that knock to start it off, that was just amazing. I mean, KURD 12, the player had barely touched the ground and he was right on top of them. I mean, that is just amazing. You've said already that Galaxy Racer, they are good at reading the map, good at reading the zones. But I mean, Lord there was just good at reading the sky.
It's a little bit. You didn't really get that a lot. Like to really land on somewhere, that is, you know, I think it's just a little bit of a grief, right? Like he is grieving his team. Like he's landing onto somewhere that is not close enough, like to a car, got taken away, lands anyway, and just get knocked just before he touches the ground. So yes, definitely good car skills right there, but some basics missing from that player. But sometimes it's. I don't know how you can properly train for that. I guess you need to drop onto maps all the time with your team and then kind of just keep jumping and then dying and then so you can practice again. It's a little bit weird to think about the workout drills, you know, for players when it comes to these things. You thought they would have had it down by now, right? But obviously not. And of course, the test, like real talk though, DK, it's been tiring for these players. It's a very short break.
Yeah.
You know, and then we have even shorter breaks. We've got one day, you know, after tomorrow, after the Super Weekend number 2, then we are back into League Play Week 3. So it's an endurance thing, and so don't you dare for anyone who tells us this is not sport, right? Like it's definitely putting, you know, like having a toll on the bodies and the minds of the players if they do not have a good way or like just good concepts and knowledge when it comes to self-management.
Yeah, I mean that is always ever so important. But of course, it's quite interesting to see the driving skills coming through here. A nice, lovely 21-point turn. I'm not quite sure whether you can get your license in PUBG, but in my book, that would be quite worrying if they did that in real life. Let's say they don't.
Oh, yeah.
Just give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, let's say they are way more proficient at driving IRL in comparison. But of course, we are going to be looking to see where the teams. Yeah. I'll just say yes. I'll just say yes, they are. I mean, we've got no way of really verifying that at the current moment. So let's just say yes, they are very skilled at that. You know, if at all, we don't know. Again, it's a topic for a different day, but. Looking at the players here, of course, now from KURD squad, they're making their way through, heading up in towards a little bit more of a position towards shelter. And, I mean, KURD squad currently, they've had 2 good games so far throughout the Super Weekend. Of course, the last match yesterday, in which they placed second. And then, of course, picking up that 3rd place over on towards our second Erangel for the day. I mean, it's difficult. If we look at the consistency coming through from the teams, Fate, surprisingly, they've actually been showing quite a bit of consistency in the first day. Moving into the second day, it's been a little bit tougher. I mean, and we're kind of expecting it to be that way. You know, the team's really being put to the test. But in just in general speaking, I mean, Falcons, they are able still to lead the pack, sitting on a grand total of 104 points so far for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think it's actually quite impressive, like how they could still, you know, get, you know, it's very easy to just get so frustrated that you cannot execute. So like after all, the experience do come in. So it's some very fundamental, I think, when it comes to their approach to the game that might need some adjustment. Instead of them, like not having the confidence to play the game. Like and I think that really shows when a team can have these occasional big games, and maybe they are extremely like affected. Their emotions extremely affected by how zones go. That we've got teams who would just literally almost borderline give up, like, oh, we can't win this one, that like complaining about the zone like just non-stop, right? But they if they are that type of team, sometimes you get the very huge hype when the zone is on your side, right? And this time we have it centered up on that main island, so we will not see those rivers in play, and we have a very good center position for Falcons, the team that we were talking about. But that also means a lot of teams need to kind of just find their ground, and yeah, a little bit saturated is about rotations within the zone, and Golden is already preemptively setting some smokes up and challenging against that very common spot. Real Tiger 9 want to work their way through in the edge. Let's see whether they can get another chance to open this up.
I mean, I gotta say though, the players here from KURD 12, they've only had one challenging match in the Super Weekend so far. Ooh, beautiful spray down coming in there from Real Tiger 9 over on towards Revolution. Smoker getting smoked. Ooh, right back into the lobby. But of course, yeah, KURD 12, they've actually had only one tough game so far in which they didn't place in the top 10. And that, of course, was the last game yesterday. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be doing throughout the games here. Because if we look at their consistency, they placed 4th, 7th, 2nd, 7th, 14th on the last game, of course, of yesterday. Today, they've gone 7th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring in. Now, Golden getting lit up once again. I mean, I definitely think this is kind of like a thing. We've seen Golden get knocked out pretty early, almost every single game.
There's a little bit of, the aggression issue, right? We talked about smart aggression. We talked about the, bare, minimum, amount of self-control almost. Like, all of these players can spray. It's the basic at this level of playing. It's knowing when and how to do it. Like, that's it, right? And so some players we've seen in the Pro League or just through PMCOs as well are just known for peaking when they shouldn't, and Golden might be one of them. We don't want to give them that reputation, but today has been that type of theme. Like, he hears something, he sees something, he could not resist to peak and give it a try.
And he's getting punished for that every single time. But of course, well, let's hope that it is just a little, I don't know, something. But meanwhile, we do see, ooh, Katan coming under fire. Beautiful rush coming in from Gary Boy. Clever now moving in. Ooh, almost flies right into the door there. And of course, a very clever approach coming in, finding the hits. But now will he be able to finish it up? We do see Rip up ahead. Clever trying to bring it in. Rip, of course, being the last remaining. Hopefully takes the hits, and Clever finds the shots. Beautiful play coming in there from Clever. I mean, that was really beautifully done. Well done.
Yeah, that is the definition of control, right? Like, he got the cues. He came in at the right time when the enemy is still trying to reset. He got that knock, and then he didn't bother to finish. The comms came through and say, ignore that guy. I'm getting pushed. He's trying to finish me. Got the shots under the car. Clarity in those thoughts. Very beautifully done, crisp shots. And then, you know what? We need a crisp rotation because we have a hard shift going to the northwest side. Mansion with all those split compounds, very, very strong. And we've got half of the Yasnaya field. So what we had earlier in game 3, DK, they get to go through similar grounds once again. Not exactly the same, but they need to work through them. Basically round 2 against similar teams.
Yeah, I mean, that the great migration now coming in all the way from that southern edge. And I mean, just looking at the sheer numbers, the players just all moving in. We've got so many of these teams in pretty close proximity, and this could be that opportunity for RICO Infinity actually to set themselves up beautifully up in towards the north. Looking at the chaos that we have a little bit further down below, But of course, now we'll have to wait and see just what exactly it is they are able to pull off. iKURD triple, going to be inching their way on through Falcons, as well as the players here from the KURD squad. Now just sharing the space over in towards the lovely compound here. Will they be able to get the shots in? Ooh, nice trade-off, back and forth. We have Unknown and J9 right there on the front line. Falcons now getting pinned in the compound itself, in the building. Unknown patiently waiting at the door, rashed. Now quickly just trying to throw the grenade back inside, I guess. Ooh, but they find the heads up into Unknown. There we go. Good start. Are they going to try and pull this through? It is up to Aram and J9. They have a position over on towards this eastern side. But of course, J9 now realizing the position. Is he going to try and disengage? Move back into safety because he needs to be so careful. Boompa. Oh, just missing that first grenade. Tries again. Will he be able to get reach all the way across? There we go. It gets it out of the window. But, oh, they run into their own grenade. No, never mind. That was the one that J9 actually threw up. But here we go. Aram gets taken right on down. J9 looking to hold on. Sending down more smokes. Oh, but they're going to find him sooner or later. Takes a little bit of damage. Up comes Never Alone with the spray. And, yep, instantly closes it up. Well done. Well played.
Nicely done. And I mean, like, this compound is great if you can control it, if you have got all the preparation done, right? So that includes getting all your cars inside, having them parked in the direction that can get them out, you know, when you need them, according to where the next shift can be, right? And so it's a lot of those things that allow a good hold and good setup for these teams. And you can see YaLLa actually in top of sites, and that is not the best spot, you know, to get yourself into. And YaLLa actually suffering from that one. It's not one of those spots that you go in late, just casually stumbling across. It's one of the most textbook spots that you play off. But then we have the zone, you know, playing this game once again. It will go back towards the shelter side, and I believe there's some shelters actually in play here as well, so we may get these underground segments as well to really spice things up. And you can see the different type of macro play. DK, we talked about buildings, we talked about crates, now we talked about above and underground, and that is them getting stretched to that extent, and I love it so much.
Ooh, man, another beautiful big explosion coming through. I mean, give that man a bells right there. That was amazing. But here we go now. Sights, Real Tiger 9 already moving into position along with the shelter here. Let's see, will they be able to get the job done? Are they going to look to hold on? We do see Easy off in the distance. Jigsaw trying to put the spray all the way through. Oh, there we go. Easy, of course, continuing on his rotational path, trying to just wrap around over on towards that eastern front. No, turning around, takes damage, and down he goes. Kappa Yaxi blows up the vehicle. Beautiful, beautiful shot coming through. I mean, I'm liking this play coming in from Real Tiger. A good 2-2 split from them, really getting decent coverage of the shelter here.
Yeah, and you can see on the kill feed on the minimap as well, like, the Sanhok Galaxy Racer failing to establish the entry spot. Yes, their IGL route move tried to scout and just got cleared, so it's between them and RICO Infinity trying to find a way in, but it's so hard because it's multiple teams looking at them, including Falcons. That is a ridge that they can't really go through, and it's so hard to set the right amount of time to know when you should retreat from a particular plan. What's the plan B and plan C? Every second things are changing in this game, and they just need to be quick on that one. Otherwise, we will see Galaxy Racer having one of the most disappointing days. But let's not forget they started today with a chicken dinner though, but we do expect a lot more from this team.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the next day brings. But of course, well, they still have this match to kind of finish up as well. 1 kill on board, 1 player down. Players here from Twisted Minds also just rotating up from the north, rather, right up ahead of them. We do see the players there from KURD, from the Cryptics. El Chapo getting knocked right on down. Up comes the rush. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Oh, come on. It is heating up. Lazy Boy right up ahead. Kaito tries to find the spray, and of course with that, the Cryptics get eliminated. Now the players here from Twisted Minds have this whole northeastern section to themselves. Meanwhile, RICO Infinity, as well as the players here from Galaxy Racer, are going to be fighting it out. Homodi gets picked on up. The spray is heading in the direction of Lord. Will Vidan be able to get it done, though? Lord and Freak, the two remaining hopefuls here. The pressure is on. We know that if you give Lord a vehicle, he can knock players out of the sky. But can he hold up into the smoke? Can he cook up those nades and put them into the right spot? Oh, well, it comes really, really close. Of course, now RICO Infinity are going to try and disengage from this position while they still have their numbers up. Lord up on the hill, but Kalaga comes swooping in. Esrod actually sealing the fate there. But now it is up to Freak to try and rotate back up into zone. This is a really tough game for Galaxy Racer.
There's just not enough spots for them to work through, and they just need to find whatever and just call it home. And you can see Freak is the last one standing, and that won't be enough. So Galaxy Racer needs to work through their pacing. Whatever game plan they've got, they need to have more steps in their head prepared. You know, like know what spots there are for them to work through. But sometimes it's a chess game, right? It's a lot of that stalemate on this edge against them and RICO Infinity team, and then before you know it, it's like you can't even forget where you are weak from. You need to find your weak sites constantly, and this is the pain of the shelter finish. We've got strong compounds, we've got your occasional rocks and whatnot, but you know what? RICO Infinity want to challenge these spots because otherwise they are going to run out of utilities. Falcons will get breached. They still got that full team. Let's see whether they can hold this down.
Oh, wow. Falcons just on fire with those utilities, but now of course Real Tiger 9. Oh, finding the hits up into Helm End, but here we go. The beautiful trade-off comes in as Esrod comes swooping up, picks up the knock onto Ghost, continuing to move in, but Phobia says, oh no, this is my shelter, thou shalt not pass. Stops him dead in his tracks, and of course with that, only 10 teams now remain. Players here from sight, holding on to this western side of the shelter. You can see Fate now looking to rotate back up into zone. RICO Infinity still holding on. Falcons now just repositioning a slight tad bit closer to the edge of zone. Prestige now cooking up grenade after grenade, molly after molly, smoke upon smoke, but none of them are finding the spot just yet. Falcons just managing to evade the damage last, just outlasting the carnage. Up comes Mr. Astrod there. Oh, that is Rio rather. Trying to move on in. Boombot trying to play another amazing shot. Not finding it just yet. A little bit of pre-fire in both directions. But a good, strong play coming in from Falcons. Oh, Prestige gets picked on up. There we go. Now, will RICO Infinity head on be able to make the push? SK-Ton has moved into the building itself, keeping a watchful eye on the blaze here from Falcons. Oh, the pressure is on. Boom, go gets picked on up. Last, holding on. Come on, who's going to get it? Who's going to get it? It is so close. YaLLa getting eliminated. What? But here we go. Last now. Looking to try and make that last shot count.
Groza!
Will he be able to find it? Come on. Oh, yes. Was it in? No, not yet. Hit on, still alive. SK-Ton gets picked on up. Last, still holding strong. Never alone. Fortunately, right there on the edge. Providing decent coverage. But here we go. Fidan gets hit. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. Never alone puts him down. And with that, of course, RICO Infinity gets sent off. SCYTES now right here alongside the players from Real Tiger 9.
We've been waiting for Real Tiger 9 to show up today as well, and I mean, like, this circle is just so harsh. Like, whoever enters first may not get any priority just because of the landscape, right? Just kind of go up that way, and it's a little bit dumb, like, for these players. You can see they can try, but they can just get knocked by each other, like Rad and Twisted Mind finding a place on that, like, eastern side, and these players, SCYTES and RT9, still stuck around the shelters, and before you know it, you may just get stuck.
Yeah, I mean, Phobia and SCYTES, or Phobia and Ghost rather, getting stuck almost on the edge of that zone. Oh, Phobia getting stuck on his knees, and now it's up to Ghost to not try and get stuck in the lobby. But will he be able to make it all the way through? Revolution just up ahead. Jigsaw trying to piece this puzzle together with the laser focus. SCYTES now heading right back into the lobby. Abood up ahead. Jigsaw still continuing with the efforts. Ramp finds that one knock. KURD. Oh, so close. But here we go. The spray down continues. Never alone and not stopping there just yet. They are going to look to continue to push. You can see the players there from Twisted Minds also now getting eliminated. Fate and Falcons fighting it out. Real Tiger 9 just leapfrogging back up in towards zone, but they got to be careful. We got a Revolution right there alongside them, and so many more teams in the vicinity. They come in with those third-party shots. They need to ensure they've got all their angles covered. We can see Yaksi off in the distance. Now, oh, there we go. Ramp tries to put the AWAM over into Reef, but Reef just dodging those bullets, almost Matrix style. The grenade's not getting sent over from Revolution once again on towards Real Tiger 9. We do see Ra'ad in the opposite end there. Desha getting knocked. Few hits finding their way on through. Ramp getting knocked. Oh, Lath not getting the confirm in just yet. But here we go. It is an absolute crazy hairy play for this final few phases. Ramp now just narrowly escaping the grenade, but of course ultimately goes down as the second one follows through. Now the pressure is on. 11 players remain. Zeko getting hit. Fizz also getting hit. Wow. Oh, Tarzan, this is just such beautiful PUBG.
This is unexpectedly crazy. Look at these teams that are still alive. They are those who have been looked down on. They've been those who are down on that table. They've been potting themselves down sometimes through those games. Haven't found a good space yet. But you know what? They were the only 5 that are still in this last game. And this is momentum for that all these teams need. When these other squads are falling, Falcons bringing Rashad in this. Maybe he is the magical factor. Up to 10 kills right now. And Revolution at least backing 13 points, I believe. And that is very, very important for them. Circle centers up. No one really got a spot in. Everyone's running low on resources. It's going to be a lot of neutral fights down to these basics. And that will be Sadat getting another one as a solo.
That's a healthy play. That is definitely a very healthy play. But of course, Falcons down to never alone. Oh, come on. Real Tiger 9 looking pretty strong. They still have 3 players in this game. Zeko now getting knocked. Are they going to be reduced to 2? Or will they be able to get that bounce back coming in? Revolution making a quick swing up into zone. Trying to get a bit of a spray down. But oh, the hits come through as Yaksi picks up the knock. Here we go, Jigsaw up ahead, but oh man, the finishing blows come straight on in. Revolution get eliminated. 4 teams remain. Lath holding on for the side of Fate here, just up in the north Sadat, just right there alongside him, never alone, keeping a very watchful eye. So we've got a 1v1v2 moving in favor of Real Tiger 9. So Jigsaw and Yaksi now having quite a bit of pressure on their shoulders. They need to play this to near perfection if they're looking to bring in that winner chicken dinner.
Man. 8 points. No, 7 points of placement points to separate these 4 places. And that will be Neverlone finding that one. That will be 5 points to separate those, but 1v1v2, as you said so before, this is an important one. Real Tiger 9 needing this one for sure. I don't think they've gotten any chicken dinners yet, but you know what? They sure know how to play aggressive. Will that be the time? Neverlone can't find it. It will be a 2v1. This might be the first chicken dinner for this squad.
It could very well be. They only now need to work their way through Lath to pick up the dub here. Will they be able to get it done? Lath now just sneaking around, trying to stay out of harm's way as long as he possibly can. He has zone in his favor. Got a nice view of the sky there. It was pretty cloudy, overcast, but here we go. Yaksi now looking to move in. Lath now getting moved up onto 600 damage dealt. There we go. The grenade getting sent in. Will it reach all the way? No, explodes mid-air. Here we go. Next one following up. Second time around. Will it be the one? No, it slides down the hill. Lath now just having luck on his side. But Jigsaw trying to creep his way around the one side. Needs to keep a very watchful eye here. Yaksi trying to play that off angle, trying to utilize the little crate there. Taking his time, loading up the AWAM.
It's taking its time for sure. You can hear all that very gentle, like swapping, like bits and bobs. You know what? I did not expect this. I thought they are going to take these 2v1 a lot quicker, DK.
It's the final game. I mean, why
True.
rush it?
It's $1,000. It's $1,000. I've actually heard
Yeah.
before that they would say, "Are you insane? It's $1,000. Let's not rush." But here comes the zone.
Ooh, come on. Oh! Well done, well done. Real Tiger 9 picking up their first winner with a chicken dinner. And as you pointed out there, Tarzan, 1K in the bank, only 1K in the bank, as it says on our prize pool breakdown. But of course, well done, well deserved winner with a chicken dinner coming in there for Real Tiger 9. Let's hop on over in towards our match rankings to see exactly what the point situation is. Of course, the players there from Real Tiger 9 bringing in a very comfortable 23 points. But again, Falcons finishing so strong there. 11 kills, 21 points. I mean, Erangel really working out quite favorably for the Falcons here.
Yeah, it's actually quite unbelievable what they've done the past 2 days. Yes, we had doubts, but they slowly basically took them away. They've got a huge win with a 33-point game and now 21. That's 54 points. They've got around 60 yesterday. They are basically tied with what they done yesterday. If they can keep doing this, we can see them in the finals, like literally. But the key thing is for them to bring that back into league play as well, right? Because week one, both league play and Super Weekend were a bit shaky, but they are one of the teams that we can really put our name behind the statement to say that they have one of the most significant improvements so far.
Yeah, I mean, a really absolutely fantastic plays coming through. But of course, we see the players there on our second page, the last page, in fact, for this being the side of SUDOR, Cryptics, Galaxy Racer, KURD 12, RICO Infinity, YaLLa, Lusail, and KURD Squad. KURD Squad, sadly, getting sent back empty-handed in this match. But yeah, I mean, KURD Squad, they've been able to bring in some decent points throughout their games here today. I mean, so it's not too damaging to them just yet, but of course we'd like to see a little bit less of that moving into our final day of play. But now, of course, we are going to get ready to look at our MVPs to see who did the most, and of course, never alone once again, stepping up into that MVP slot. We do see Kappa Yaxi, of course, coming in there as well with 5 kills and 733 damage. And then, of course, Revolution also on the board there. 6 kills, 668 damage being done, but never alone, bringing in nearly 1,200 damage.
That is a record breaker, I'd say, at least for today. And Never Alone we've been watching him since last season. Of course, there were some roster changes as well. That could explain, the shakiness of this squad, but he is definitely delivering. I think that one game that really boosted his confidence, and he is playing the way that we remembered that he played. And this is a great performance by the squad. And I think when it comes to, day points from those two very decent games, I could say that they've performed better than Galaxy Racer when it comes to points in the second day of the second Super Weekend, DK.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good stuff. But of course, let's move into our overall rankings. Galaxy Racers still sitting up in pole position, 6 chickens under their belt, 140 kills and 186 placement points. I mean, that is just insane to look at. That is absolutely crazy. Of course, they still maintain just over a little bit of 70-point lead there above the players from Fate Esports. But, I mean, Fate also, they've just been playing absolutely phenomenal PUBG. RICO Infinity right up there. 4 chickens. Lusail with 3. KURD 12. We want to see chickens. I mean, they came so close to those chickens. But, I mean, hopefully in the last day of Super Weekend, we might potentially see that come straight on through. Of course, KURD Squad sitting there with their very own. And now as we go straight on into our second page, we can see YaLLa Esports sitting up in 9th with 2 chickens. We got Cryptics with 2 chickens. Real Tiger finding their winner chicken dinner right here in our last match. And of course, we got Falcons also sitting on 1. And NASA finding their chicken on the first Super Weekend. So we've got some interesting positions here. Of course, SUDOR and SCYTES, they are improving and strengthening their position on this leaderboard. And I definitely think tomorrow we will see them move past Triple Vibes and YaLLa Esports.
Yeah, and this is very, very good improvement. 163 points. They chased a lot of the points that they've lost in that first week. And do you know how far down they were, DK? They've got 38 points in week 1, and right now, even at 10 matches, the worst performing team, Raad, got more points. They've got 42 points in 10 games. Falcons got 38 points in 15 games in week 1, but they are now at 163, and they are probably having the highest, almost highest amount of like points so far if we're just looking at Super Weekend 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're having an absolutely amazing Super Weekend. You know, like the tables just took a turn for the better for them, and it's absolutely fantastic to see. And I'm curious to see whether or not we'll have any other teams adopting the exact same kind of move coming in to our final day of league play. So, Tarzan, any closing thoughts for you?
You know what? Just want these players to really rest up, because I can see towards the end of the day there are certain things or mistakes that were not out of their usual, nature. Like some controls like not really being there, certain plays that's extremely tunneled. So just want to talk about player well-being. I think like as casters we feel that as well. Like of course we've been speaking for hours for them, playing and looking at the screen for hours in whatever posture or position. So it's something that we should never forget. I mean, like from my training as well, as some of you might know, the body and how the state of it, how it can affect of course your mind, and therefore your performance is huge, right? So I just want them to have a great rest. I want them to have like good rest, good sleep, nutrition for sure coming in, and then teams coming together still strong, they're believing in each other, and play another good day of PUBG tomorrow and the last day of the second Super Weekend.
Well, it's going to be a pretty exciting time to see what the final day has in store for us. But on that note, we are going to be saying good night for now. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for the teams for bringing us some absolutely amazing PUBG. Of course, big shout out going to all the viewers. Production team, amazing as always. Thank you so much, Tarzan. Always great fun. And of course, we'll see you all back again tomorrow for some more crazy PUBG action on our final day of the second Super Weekend. Stay safe and see you back again tomorrow.
Mr. D. Like this.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, free pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.